Hello! Happy Tuesday. I'm sorry I'm late. Ugh. It was a late start and a late return from the starting ad. I apologize for that. My really good excuse is that I've been playing the Pi Stellar Expedition Alpha, and I didn't stop playing it in time to get lunch, so my lunch went a little long. That is my very good excuse. I'm not going to be streaming that. The devs asked people not to do, like, big publicized streams. Not that my streams are big or well publicized, but still. I'm not going to stream PySex, but I will, I might share some clips and screenshots of interesting stuff. We're allowed to do that. So. But yeah, now I need to, like, reload my brain from that Pi to this Pi and remember what the heck I'm doing. So last time we got, it's down here somewhere. Yeah, we got this silver build up and running, which is not heaps of silver, but it's gonna help kind of the whole system. This needs more. We might want to check on our sources of lead ore, because... Alright, well, there is another train coming. This is the lead mine. Do we get lead ore as a byproduct of anything else? Like any other processing? I think so. I think I have, like, a skin to lead. Is that this one? Yeah. But apparently we don't have any extra skin right now. But when we do, that'll also become lead ore, so that'll help. Oh! I got a bunch of it backed up here, because I only built... I mean, that's fine. That won't be a significant amount of lead ore for the, overall system anyway. No, that's not going to push it over the edge. So yeah, just because we do have silver as well as lead now using lead ore, we're probably going to need to consider what's going on with that. We will eventually want to tear down the lead up here. Here it is, this lead. But I want to wait to do that until we have the other lead techs unlocked, because we're going to get better lead and silver processing. So at that point, we'll merge it all together, and we'll do one, like, really, really big new lead and silver build. All right. So it looks like we've got a couple of small intermediates left. And then we really just have, it's the silicon carbide and the nickel silicon. And then we just have these 1, 2, 3, 4 remaining ingredients, and we can actually build the red chips and the green chips. What is this requesting? Saline water. Ooh, I can't believe we're low on that. Well, yes I can. We might want to check that, because we are going to need more saline water, almost certainly. Maybe it's time to finally set up tar quenching, which I know sounds ridiculous to say. We should have done that a long time ago. But, we didn't. So... especially if our other tar processing is not really running that frequently. Oh, right. I forgot about the power situation that we saw. Alright, yeah, this needs to be the first thing we do. Ooh, watching the lights flicker is kind of cool, though. I really want to build another one of these. I are my other power options? Yeah, we don't have geothermal 2 yet. And it is quite a ways down the list. So I don't think that's gonna be the thing. I have no idea what I put into Helmod here. All right, let's hop into YAFC. And let's say we want to generate a couple megawatts of power. How much do we need? Yeah, we're peaking at a load of almost 6, and we're making 4. This claims we need 2 gigawatts. Let's go look at these power plants and make sure they're not broken. Because maybe that is the issue. Is that one or more of these power plants is not functioning correctly. And if that is the case, then we can just repair it instead of having to build another one. Because this is claiming that I need... Yep, those are running full speed. These ones are running full speed. Like, these guys aren't... Oh, one of them's red. That's funny. Why are you red? Oh! Fiber? Oh, look at this. I'm missing moss modules up here. What about on this side? That all looks fine. Yeah, this side is like fully running as expected. All of these are, well... Yeah. I mean, more or less all running. Now the system looks fine. So whatever we had a big spike in on power... And we kind of did. I mean, it was electric boilers. But, like... yeah, I mean, I guess our worst case... when the centrifuges are all running, and the electrolyzers, and all of our boilers... that can add a couple more, because, yeah, that's 200 megawatts there, and, like, from here up to here is another 200 megawatts, and, yeah. I mean, I see it, kind of, but, like, this was, like, 2 more gigawatts of draw. Not that long ago. Which kind of surprises me. And I mean, it's always possible there was a change to one of these recipes that I missed in a changelog that messed with my power, but everything seems to be running okay here. Yeah, we are right on the edge. Yeah, see, we're up to 5 gigawatts now. What just spiked? Electrolyzers. Oh yeah, electrolyzers just spiked up a lot. All right. So yeah, we could definitely do, you know, another row of this stuff, which is nice because it's, you know, 0 input. But I would love to have a better idea of another way that I could power things. I guess there's tidal plants. How much do those make? 6 megawatts each. They're expensive for 6 megawatts each. Because each of these plants is about, I want to say about a gigawatt, a little more. I mean, almost all of my power comes from them, right? We can actually see how much they're each making. Yeah, 1.3 gigawatts each, basically. Let me check. Not that it should matter, but like, how is the geothermal doing down here? Yeah, I mean, they run when they can, but they're all running at like peak, which means that, oh yeah, I did at one point have a small steam battery here. Obviously, that's not doing anything anymore. I do have a couple of new geothermal wells. I could try to plumb those into the system, but that seems like maybe not worth it until I have geothermal 2. Oh! Look at that! That's not getting enough water. Is that the problem? Well, it might be. It might be why some power seemed like it was pulsing off. Does this one have this issue? Or did I think I fixed at least one of these. Nope. Yeah, almost not enough water. And probably the same with this one. Nope, this one's doing fine. So I must have realized when I built this one that the water needed to be bigger and actually built it right. Yeah, I've got 2 of them on this one. I only had 1 on all the other ones. That's funny. All right. So that'll help a little bit with some of the blipping. This module is still a little bit sad. We're waiting for all the moss to catch back up now that I added the remaining moss modules to the build there. But I think it'll get there. All right, so that should help with maybe, because I think what was happening was it would get too close to like fully saturated, and then the pressure pump would drop out. And when the pressure pump drops out, the whole thing like drops even lower power, and it makes the brownouts worse. So hopefully now we're at least going to keep the pressurized water in the system all the time, and that should stop from the brownout. It'll stop the brownouts from getting deeper when they happen, but we are still like right on the edge of brownout land. And then this is capable of buffering a little bit of molten salt, but that's just never going to happen with this much demand. Now that is also just a thing. Yeah, these seem like they're running a little bit more consistently. I think one of these is always going to run at kind of fractional down at the very tail end here. So that is fine. Not sure why these ones are so well buffered. Well, I don't think there's much else I can do with these power plants. I think I fixed the one or the two bugs that were in them, but we're still running right at the edge of our power capabilities. Yep. See, no, that just dropped to like 2.8 gigawatts of production. Why is that happening? There's a big dip in what comes out of, well, this says what comes out of high-pressure steam turbines. We do have a little bit of something going on over here. Where is it? But this should just be, like, supplemental. This is taking excess shale oil, yeah, and eventually making oil out of it to run these guys. But this is very much a sink for shale oil, not a primary part of my power grid. I mean, for the power that they make, it does seem like I mean, I already went through all this, right? And I decided that this biomass power was the best way to do power. I just hate to build another one of these things. They're huge. They take up a lot of space. The other option, of course, is to just pretend it's not a problem. But that's only going to last me for so long. Yeah, every once in a while, it drops a lot. It drops to like 2.8 gigawatts. And that is the thing that is weird to me. Because that's like a whole... That feels like that's one of these, like, dropping off the map. Yeah, losing that much of our capacity is weird. Yeah, alright. Well, now our demand is low enough that we're starting to buffer again. So it's hard to tell what's going on here. Yeah, everything's getting buffered again here. Because, like, in theory, and, like, yeah, I know we've had larger peaks than what we have here. You know, we've pushed boilers up over 1.1 gigawatts, etc. But, like, our overall... This says we have a gigawatt to spare, which I know isn't quite true because of how that's calculated. But still... Alright, well, I'm gonna ignore it for now. You know, when we start getting... oh, we can actually do electric energy distribution too, right now. Maybe we should get working on that then. And... I guess we want to go for biomass too, and then we can upgrade all of our... Oh, but non-renewables too takes all of the rest of this crap. Okay. I was right. This is a lie, is what this is. Yeah, because non-renewables and renewables too both need... Yeah, everything that's under this needs other stuff. Alright, never mind. This node is a lie. Yeah, these do look like they're starting to buffer a little bit. Yeah, look, this is even buffering molten salt, which is great. Because that means these will be able to run at peak power. You know, that 473 times 9. Yeah, that like 4 gigawatts that this stuff can run at it for peaking. Well, minus what they need to power themselves. I guess I could put a 4th turbine in, or a 4th heat exchanger. What would that do? A 4th heat exchanger would let us... It would let us run these at absolute full power when we have molten salt available. Because right now there's always kind of a baseline demand here. We have this 160 megawatts that we're always going to be pulling out of these. So that puts the overall production of this system a little under 4 gigawatts. And if we wanted to make it run at the full 4 gigawatts, or 4.25 gigawatts that it can run at, You know, again, when we have molten salt buffered, we would want to we'd want to have one more heat exchanger. That would let us do that. Is that necessary? I don't know. It's a few hundred megawatts at most. And it's only when we have that buffer. Yeah, we really are running right on the edge of what this thing can actually do. I don't want to build more power. These things take forever to build. Sorry, that was really whiny. But I don't really know what else to do. Like, we have turbines. Right? We have hots and vots. But they only make 5 megawatts for a hot, 4 for a vot. Like, I need huge farms of these to give us much buffer room. The other option, of course, is I could use fewer electric boilers. Right? We can go around and we can refactor some of this. So that we are, you know, maybe anywhere we have... anywhere we already have ash output, or anywhere we have liquid fuels already on... Well, maybe not liquid fuels, because that's not a clean burn anymore. That gives flue gas. But, like, anywhere we have ash output, we could potentially... I can't just search for steam, can I? But, like, I bet there's a bunch of places where I'm using electric boilers, and I might need to install the factory search mod so we can just search for buildings by name. But I bet there's a lot of places I'm using electric boilers where we already have other infrastructure around that could make steam. And if that is the case, we can pull those off of being electric, right? Like here, I've got electric boilers here, and I know that I already have an ash output in this area, right? Yeah. So I could absolutely run these guys off of... maybe not. Oh yeah, because we have coke here. Yeah, there's coke in this system. So I should probably do that. Things like that. But this also has no bitumen right now, so that's cool. I wonder how my bees are doing. Yeah, okay. They're running. Whoa! No, they're not. I'm out of rocks. I know it's hard to judge things when we've had brownouts happening, but like... I mean, I guess we did increase our rock demand, didn't we? Let me... Because we make formic acid up here now from Waller synthesis. Yes, and we have heaps of it. So down here... This is our problem. Okay, I want to mark this formic acid source as low priority. Because I think what's happening is we're slaughtering all of our rocks instead of sending them to bees. So this needs to be a low priority source of formic so that we... Whoops. So that we prefer to use the formic from Waller synthesis. Because I set that up on purpose. Because I think the way CyberSyn works, it'll happily prefer the closer formic acid, which is the Vrox, right? So I need to set the priorities correctly to have that not happen. This way. All right, and once I do that, I think we're just gonna move on and we're gonna do other things. I really don't want to mess with power right now. I would like us to keep pushing forward on red chips. I want to make actual progress. And like, yeah, I can add another gigawatt of power, but I don't think it's... I don't think it's strictly... Well, it is probably necessary, but... Yeah, we really are right at the edge on power. But yeah, like a quarter of our power is electric boilers. So I think that is what I need to do, is not necessarily add another power plant. It's try to be a little bit smarter with how we're using power we have. And that means fewer electric boilers where that makes sense. Oh, and we're all backed up again. What are we backed up on? Meat. What are we backed up on? Meat. Are my digosaurs not digosauring? Ooh. Interesting. The answer is no, they're not. But also, they're full of jerky, which I guess is fine. They'll just eat the jerky and it'll be replaced with meat. But we do have a problem here, which is we have a lot of meat. I mean, I can put in another warehouse. Well, maybe that's enough buffer space now to, like, push through everything else. Going to take a little while for all of this to clear out, all of the backed up stuff from all of these. Yeah, and these guys haven't even started yet. I expect that. Are they all running, though? They are all running, yeah. We should even have maybe some in the output? No, not yet. Oh, well, that's why. Sigh. All right, let's go over there and fix that bug next. All right. So this is unblocked. This is still going to slaughter a bunch of ants and fill up this buffer with formic, but it will at least stop. And that should make the ants available for bees. I think bees are to a place where even if they stop for a little while, they will be able to restart themselves. What are we missing? Oh, look, it's Logisci. And Logisci almost certainly is once again missing... Oh, there we go. It's just got a delivery of something. Cool. I think lard is still an issue for us, so we will just let that be what it is for now. We'll head up to Trits. We'll get them running again. And then... I think this is not where I want to be, but that's okay. I'm off the highway. And then after that, I think we can go back to trying to fill in dependencies for red circuits. Like, I should do something about power, but I'm not going to. So... what I will do is during one of the ad breaks, I'll restart the save and we'll get, or not restart the save, just restart the game. And we'll get... I'll get the factory search mod installed, and then we can start trying to figure out where we have electric boilers in places where we might be able to use other steam sources. Again, anywhere where we already have solid fuel and we are already taking ash out, I think we can do it. Honestly, anywhere we have solid fuel and we're not taking ash out, right? Because we can always use fiber as well. That is going to spike our fiber demand, but, like, worst case, we'll build more. And I realize that a fiber build is already basically half of a power plant, but... okay. Let's... silicon carbide, nickel silicon. Let's see what those builds are going to look like. Find EFC. There we go. Unified chips. Silicon carbide is... green SiC is used eventually in blue science even. Okay. And then silicon carbide itself is also used for other things. Okay. So since the green silicon carbide is used in other things coming up... Oh, and they're advanced castings, too. Yeah, maybe we do this at a bigger scale, then. I mean, maybe we just go for like this, because that's like half a belt of coke. A little bit more if we do the graphite on site. Yeah. Ooh, that's a lot of quartz ore, though. Ouch. Okay. So we're going to need more quartz, is what I'm seeing. And... do we have... We must. Quartz rock. Right up here. How much do I get from mining a quartz rock, though? Oh, nope, I can't do it yet. I need blue science for that. Okay. So normal quartz mining it is. And then we'll aim for this scale, because that's what we can get with a belt of quartz ore. So I think we need to set up another quartz mine, for one thing, because we're already going through heaps of our quartz for glass. And then we'll need to set this up as well. Oh, good, electric arc furnaces. Those aren't super expensive in terms of electricity. All right, let's grab our shopping list. And I say this every time, but if anyone knows a better way to get the shopping list into a logistics request than this little dance that I do, I would love, love, love to hear that. Because what I do is I export to a requester chest from... I guess what I could just do is drop the shopping list chest instead of converting it to my inventory. Right, now I've got the requests. But I could just drop that request chest in Logi range, and then the bots would bring everything over to that chest for me. That would be a small tweak to the process, at least. And then, oh, I forgot, what do we need for the other half of silicon carbide? It's a secondary crusher that turns the green SiC into regular silicon carbide, and we're going to need one of those. Trying to see what other junk I have right now. I think everything else is fine in my inventory. Okay, sorry. I've been standing here staring at things while my inventory fills up. I'm waiting for this secondary crusher mostly, and then we'll get these things set up. I guess I want one more crystal mine too, because I like them symmetric. Where am I currently doing quartz mining? Here? Yes. Do these have an input? No. Okay. This is a bunch more mines than is actually necessary, I think. Although maybe at the time this was before productivity? Or with slightly less productivity? Not sure. Oh, I guess with belt stacking, though, this should be able to pull 2 belts of stuff out. Because... yeah, maybe I just want to put a couple more miners down there instead of 12. Whatever I can fit on that patch, I guess. Because I didn't even think about it. That's already a... because belts stack, and we should be almost to belts stacking further. Maybe? Yeah, Logisize running. It's just slow. We should be able to get 2 belts in and out of that station. I think we can do about 2 belts a second with sort of everything. Ooh. Well. This one is dead as well. Alright, so we want like 2 more coming up to that side. We can do that. Alright, that should be good enough. That should get this up to 2 full belts of output. I think. Because this should be like a full belt right here. Plus another 6 here. How many of these did we end up with? 30. Alright. And like 22 of them are a full belt or something like that. It's like 11 or 10 and change. Yeah. Should be plenty. We will, yeah. Make sure that this can fully pull through, however much of this can stack up. Yeah, that's looking pretty well packed at 2 full belts coming out. That's what I wanted to see. All right, let's go set up silicon carbide then. I think I'm going to do those ones up here. Yeah. Yeah, let's do them up here. Wait, where am I? Where am I going? I missed my turn. I think what I want to do, I'm going to put a T here. This will go down here and eventually connect to this whenever I feel like dealing with that much landfill. And then we'll go up here, start filling in this side, and end up connecting to this one up over here somewhere. All right, so for the green silicon carbide, what are we pulling in? We're pulling in a belt of quartz ore and half a belt of coke. All right. And then we're gonna have 3 outputs actually. Okay, this is gonna be big, big-ish build. Just purely in terms of number of stations more than anything else. I am trying to remember to use the ore eraser when I see it, just to keep things a little cleaned up. I'm not erasing the big rocks because there's a Pi hard mode difficulty setting that makes it so you can't build over ore rocks, and like erasing them would defeat the purpose of having that setting turned on. But just for aesthetics, I can erase regular ores. All right, our main input is actually not going to be a normal drop-off. I want to do... Maybe a normal drop-off is fine. Let's try it with a normal drop-off, and if I have to expand it, I will. All right, it's at break o'clock. So we will go ahead and let those ads run. When we come back, we'll get this build finished up. I think we should get, yeah, we'll get coke and whatever else dispatched up here. So yeah, we'll get the silicon carbide done when we come back, and then that just leaves the nickel silicon. And then we have the various components to get built, and then actual chips on rails. So I'm very excited for that. It's a big milestone. Yeah. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes when we come back, and we'll get this done. All right, welcome back, folks. I just realized during the break that our electron-grade silicon is stopped because our trichlorosilane is stopped because all of this is backed up. And what I realized is that on all of these output stations, if you look closely here, the wire for the high priority output was hooked up wrong. And I did it wrong. And I copied and pasted that to everything. which means that iron and copper have not been being pulled from these. Because again, all other things being equal, I think Cyberson would rather pull from a closer station. I'm not sure exactly what it will do there, but what that means is that we have not been getting deliveries issued to... See, this one's still coming here. It's interesting to me that we're not getting them dispatched here. Is provide only. It's network A. It is now marked as high priority. There we go. Now there's a train with that stop. It did finally happen. So this should hopefully start to get that unblocked for the silicon. I don't know how long that's been broken, but certainly things are not backed up down here yet as much as I would like. I should probably put some... controls on these so that we don't build more than like 3 rows of stacks for the various components. Let's check YAFC real quick and see what goes into it. 0.6, 0.6, 0.6. Okay, so they're 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. So if I just wanted to put... they're all powered through there. Okay. Come on. There it is. Okay. And then these ones enable when microchips is less than 3K. And same with you. Enable when diodes is less than 3K. You enable when transistors is less than 3K. And that way we don't just, like, use all of our silicon building up 30 million diodes that we don't need, right? Because these will all happily buffer 12K plus other stuff. So we want the various silicon bits and pieces to back up through this system so that they will also get delivered to where we're doing MOSFETs when I get the MOSFET build started. All right, back to silicon carbide. I need belt of ports coming out. Okay. We also need slightly more than half a belt of Coke, though. No, we don't. Cool. Well, we do, but we need the Coke in 2 different places, so it's fine. It works out. What we will do is we will send Coke to our 2 different places. One of them goes to... Nope, not there. Here, and we're going to have 2... These guys... Some graphite. And then we're going to have our crushed quartz. Which is 5 in each. All right. I guess 2 of these should be enough for 5, in theory. Because 6 can do a whole belt of 15, right? And then that'll output crushed quartz and stone at 1.5 items a second. We will split that, send the stone away. And then the crushed quartz needs to go into a ball mill to make powdered quartz. That's only 3 crushed quartz a second. Sure. Now, I need to merge, the powdered quartz with the graphite. So let's take the graphite down. And we will combine that with other half a belt of Coke. into our 4 arc furnaces. Okay. Love that sound. Green silicon carbide. 2.5 items a second in. All right, in theory, that's just 1 blue. Oh, right, but half of it is, yeah. Right. That should be fine. And output is 0.4. Cool. So let's get our 2 byproduct outputs done here and here. Those are going to be gravel and stone. If I just do that. And make sure that we hook up the priority correctly. Actually, you know what? Let's do it here instead. Okay. And gravel comes out as well. 1.5 stone, 0.3 gravel. Okay, so 1 inserter here. Like 3 here. And the green silicon carbide itself, actually, we'll go this way with it. And we can go right up and out here. And how much are we making? 1.5 a second. Okay. That should be the green silicon carbide done. Yay. Let's see. We don't need those ones. That's all fine. We don't need these ones. This needs power. And then same here. Power. Okay. I think that's good. Other than the fact that we are apparently already out of coke. Okay, well, other than coke being slow, what does coke stack to? Coke stacks to 100. Surprised we blew through it that quickly, but maybe. Maybe. I guess everything is still kind of buffering and filling up. Because, like, we make... Yeah. These are going to back up. I'm surprised... Oh, I guess it's still... Yeah, it wants to have a lot in it. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, I'm surprised that we're not seeing the coke make it all the way to the end, but they're still filling up their internal... Yeah, okay, now it's starting to accumulate. But there's only 5.25 a second used, so this half a belt should be plenty. Okay, I think it's good. I think things just kind of needed a second to settle into steady state. Looks good. I'm going to say that is green silicon carbide done. So now we need to do the final silicon carbide, which is just a secondary crusher off of the green SiC. And I brought a secondary crusher, and there's no byproducts, so that is just 2 more train stations. We are... And I will set this up so that we can double it even if we so desire. The green silicon carbide is going on rails, just that way if I do have to scale it, if I have to put any more of it anywhere else in the system, we have that elasticity. Yes, I could hook it up directly, but I prefer not to when I can avoid it. I'd rather have the builds be loosely coupled. So that is what we're doing. So this will request green SiC. And like I said, I'm going to just build this so we can double it if we want to. So 0.6, so 1.2. Sure. I don't think 1 gray is quite fast enough for 0.6, so we'll use a couple of inserters there. Okay, that should be all that we need here. This will eventually fill up, and we'll get a load of it over to here, and then we'll have the actual silicon carbide available. So I think we're done here. Which is great. How is this doing? Okay, it's running again. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, these got emptied fast now that they're properly set as the high priority ore sources. Which is what I expected. All right, nickel silicon is back to YAFC we go. A couple of gas processing units and a pressure pump. Cool. And our input is nickel, silicon, and cobalt extract, and our output is nickel, silicon, and cobalt extract. All right. I think I'm going to build this at... It's used in crucibles, which I assume are going to get used for something later. Oh, I'm going to need them later on for my future. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. I do? There we go. There we go. Okay, I'm glad I double-checked this, because we did need to scale this up a little bit. I didn't account for the crucibles that we're going to need in the upgraded... Oh, it's silica powder. Sodium silicate. Okay, that's a whole different thing. We're not going to worry about that. But I didn't account for the fact that we're going to need crucibles for the upgraded silicon process, which is also nickel silicon. So I'm glad I double-checked settings here. This uses 300 vacuum in 5 seconds. All right, that's 60 vacuum a second, and each of these makes 100 vacuum a second. So yeah, 5 to 3, I think works out. Let's just make it its own tab. Let's just double check that that is the right ratio. Yeah, 5 to 3. That is fine. Okay, 5 gas processing units and 3 pressure pumps then. Let's head back to the mall and grab the stuff that we need for that. And actually, we could probably grab the stuff we need for all of these things as well. Optical fiber is done. So, does ferrite get used elsewhere? Yeah, I haven't decided if I want to do ferrite separately yet. But like toroidal inductors, and then I don't even know what I'm going to do with MOSFETs, like 8 solid inputs and 2 different fluid inputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 inputs. Yeah. A normal station can hold 4, by the way that I set things up. Think for a... Let me double check. Do I have a deposit near me? I do. How many slots do these have? 160. And if I set those up as... Yeah, that's not that much more than... If we use smaller train loads, I think we can fit 8 into one deposit. So we could do everything for MOSFETs in one input. It might be easier to do like two inputs though. Might be easier to just do 2. That way I'm not doing anything super weird with my stations. I think, you know, the same thing will be true for the complex circuit boards. And even the simple circuit boards, in fact. Because, yeah, this is 12 inputs. And I can get to, like... I can get to, like, 6 without compromising too much on small train loads. So that would be like 2 deposits worth of inputs for red chips when we finally do that build. I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to organize that yet. Went too far. All right, bots. Fill me up. Do we need to wait for all the rest of this stuff? I think I probably have enough. This is a small build, so I'm not overly concerned with, yeah, we're good. I don't need thousands of belts, right, to do the nickel silicon. Those should hook up to power as soon as I get the rails up to where the power poles are. I'm not gonna just drag extra power poles that I don't actually need. Let's see, I think as far as the nickel silicon goes, it is 1 input and 1 output station. So this can just be a very short, little stubby station here. I don't think I have to do anything weird with it. Ooh, am I out of landfill? Shoot, I'm out of landfill. I guess I did have to wait for the bots after all. But I am going to do a full size here, just because we'll find something else to build on this stretch. And if I don't, like, there's a bunch of wasted space in here that we'll need to figure out to do something with, so... Alright, drop-off station and pickup station right next door. For the drop-off... Oh, I'm out of these too, jeez. We're gonna have... cobalt extract and silicon. And then here we're gonna have nickel. And all of that, let's do this way, actually. Will feed into our gas processing units. And yeah, this is very small quantities of everything, so I'm not overly concerned about. Oh, whoops, put all those in the wrong place. The tall pie buildings tricking me again. Oh, and that means that all of this is in the wrong place. And we'll have our vacuum line on this side. And each of these outputs 0.4 items. All right, that's fine. Cobalt extract gets looped back around. And the actual nickel silicon. One item per second. Okay. Yeah, 3 of those is fine. Okay. I need to grab landfill. I guess I can actually set the requests on this because it won't get built until we get landfill. So we need cobalt extract. We need nickel plate, and we need silicon. All right, let's go grab landfill. And then that will be that build done. Yeah, and that just leaves the MOSFETs, capacitors, inductors, resistors, and then the final red chip build. Which also needs a green chip build. I'm gonna add green chips to rails at the same time. Because the green chips in the belt base have not been super reliable. That's why we have a unified chips tab, because we are doing both of them. All right, let's. Oh nope, I don't want that. Don't bring me those things. Oh, apparently I never. None of them got placed. That's fine then. I need more trains, apparently. Like a lot more trains, apparently. Sweet. I also should probably figure out another location for another train depot. I mean, other than needing to be built entirely out of landfill. That's not the worst spot. You know what? Let's do it. Let's plop it down right there. I know it's all going to have to get landfilled. I'm going to need thousands of landfill for that. But that's okay. Let's actually make a pilgrimage down to where we make landfill and grab some by hand, rather than waiting for the bots to bring me thousands of it themselves. Which they will certainly try to do, but that takes a little while. Come down here ourselves. There should be some that we can just, like... Yeah. Alright. And the reason I'm making another rail depot is because I know my rail depots are pretty full. I realize I didn't explain that, but they're kind of at the limits of what they're actually capable of being. They're at the limits of what they're actually capable of supporting. So... we will go ahead, build another depot, and that way, when we make a bunch more trains, we have space for them. And I will probably make another 10 or 15 cargo trains. No sense even messing around with it, right? Ooh, am I at rails? Of course I am. I might not have enough landfill either. This is a lot of landfill here. Yep, we're out of landfill. We're out of rails. All right. Should have grabbed a little more stuff. Oh, they're blinking because they don't actually have rails attached to them. Yeah. That's fine. That's normal. All right, let's grab rails. Rails are down here. Rails. And let's go grab a few more stacks of landfill. And let's try to get this done. That's too far south. Where am I looking? Up here is landfill. And I think... I mean, I do also need to make a bunch of trains. What do I need for trains? Brakes, steam engines. Let's grab the stuff we need to make, like, 10 more trains while I'm thinking about it. Small parts, titanium. All right, that is 10 more trains. Because, yeah, oh, and power is still power. I can continue to kick that can down the road, certainly. Is our biggest user still? Yeah. That just shouldn't be possible. What? Those low spots are incredibly low. I just went over all my power plants, and they looked fine. Alright, we might have to go back up. Now that we're having these really low spikes in production again, maybe I can find something else that's a little screwy with the power plant design. But if not, then we really might have to build another chunk of power plant. I mean, it would be good to get factory search installed and, like, replace electric boilers where I have other options nearby and things like that. Oh, what's left? What do I need? Heaps of things. Cybersyn combinators, chain signals, Cybersyn constant combinators. Okay, I've got all that stuff right over here. Or I ought to have all that stuff right over here. And rail signals are over here, because I built that little sub-factory before I got the main mall area set up. No iron plates. That's interesting. That is bad. Is it just that everything is slow because... Yeah, it's probably just that everything is slow because the base has been on a slow but steady brownout for God knows how long. Okay, we can at least get... Alright, and those will be dispatched by Cybersyn as soon as they have enough, enough fuel. Apparently it decided that one had enough fuel. I'm not sure why. I'm happy with that. Kind of a small thing, but keeping the infrastructure up with the rest of the base is important, they say, as they continue to steadfastly ignore the electricity problem. Yeah, let's get the nickel silicon build done. I think I should have the landfill, so this should just... Hey, silicon carbide, cool. I didn't know that one was going to be a milestone. All right. I think that will be nickel silicon as well. I really like the 700 megawatts of stack inserters. That's a truly impressive. How much does each one of those use? Like, I know they're power hungry, but wow. Yeah, a couple of megawatts each. All right. I don't think I have any choice in the matter but to duplicate one of these. So what am I going to need for that? All right. 36 wood processors, 32 boilers, 30. Can I, like... deal with that in a second. Blueprint this. Let's... I guess there's no easy way to, like, request the items from a blueprint, is there? All right, let's do... But at least now I can open it and add the things I need as I go. So... 36 wood processing units. And... 26 moss firms, 30 seaweed, 32 high-pressure furnace. How many moss farms? And we're going to have to go, like, back and forth and look for other things. We're going to miss some stuff in here. Queue a blueprint into a new request slot. Oh, look at that. You can. Thank you, Dodeshot. You are the hero of the day. All right. Cool. Let's get rid of the stuff that I don't need specific requests for. And I also just realized that I didn't actually finish this build. I never hooked up the vacuum. So let's do that. Yeah, I had no idea that was possible. Oh, can't find a path to destination up here. Oh! Well. Yeah, that's going to be a problem, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, so what I did, because I don't know if I actually explained it, if you have the blueprint in your hand and you just click Add Section, it does the right thing. It's smart. It knows what it's doing. Oh, really? Will this come up to here, though? Yeah, okay, we can make that fit. Yeah, from YAFC, now that I know that I can do that, I should be able to get a blueprint from YAFC. What I usually do to get things out from YAFC is a little janky, but it does the job. There we go. Then you can hook up kind of like... You really don't want to hook up, do you? What's wrong with this? Not quite, huh? This one? Yeah, there we go. All right. I think that's right. All right, it's ad break o'clock. I'm going to get this intersection signaled because I just turned it into an absolute disaster. And then when we come back, I guess we're going to keep trying to figure out the power plant situation because that's still a situation. That look right? I think that looks right. These don't usually have a bunch of segments like through the back. They probably should. I should probably be doing this most of the time. But it's not in my standard blueprint. So I think this is good. As long as this section is long enough, and it is. That's short, but it's chained through. That section is more than long enough. Okay. Yep, that works. And this is all gonna start filling in shortly. All right. Oh, I actually want to change this. Might be too late. No, I don't think it's too late. Okay. What I did was I changed this so that it doesn't pull in as much silicon. That way I know there's always empty slots in here for the cobalt extract that loops back around. All right, welcome back from the ad break, folks. I really appreciate everyone sticking around. We are heading back to base. We're going to see about getting all of this stuff in our inventory. And then hopefully we can just copy and paste another chunk of power plant. We'll see what the bots are able to bring me. We're probably going to have to make some stuff ourselves. Like these, apparently I don't make these 10KL pie tanks. So we'll do those. And no decider combinators. Everything else, they'll bring us some of it, but there's going to be some that are like... Yeah, like we're not going to have enough moss. It looks like we do have enough seaweed in the system, which is hilarious. Trees we have enough of. But some of these, just because we need dozens of them, and we only ever make, you know, a dozen of a thing at a time in the base, we'll need to augment with some handcrafting here. Limestone and tin plate. I don't know if I want to augment that one. Yep, and there we go. All the bots deciding they need to go recharge themselves instead of make their way to me. That's always an awful sight to see. Let's see. Do I have a chest of stone brick around? I do. Those are on their way. Those are on their way. Those are on their way. We need a bunch more of those. Oh, I'm making small parts. Stop. Don't do that. Oh! We're still, like, out of iron. Cool. Is there iron on the way? There is. All right, well, we'll get as much as we can. Cannot insert inventory full. All right, well. Yeah, we might have to clear some stuff out. Okay, how are we doing? Get the refined concrete out. Let's get lamps out. Let's get those out, because I don't think those are... it's all small parts. Okay. Yeah. I think we're gonna go build as much of this as we can. And then we're gonna have to come back, because the bots are gonna need a little bit of time to, I just hate to go with half of it built in my inventory, because then I have to, like, remember what in my inventory is actually, like, what I can remove from these requests and what I can't, right? Oh, the bots are going to keep... Yeah. All right, we need 4 more moss farms. Those should be... Yeah, there's already a couple on the way. Those should get built pretty quickly. The crop facilities might take a little bit longer. High-pressure furnaces shouldn't be too bad. Just gonna drop everything out of my inventory that's, like, not a thing that I actively need. We're out of moss. All right, I'm gonna have to grab a bunch of moss to be moss modules. That's fine. I'll steal that from the other power plant modules. That's not a big deal, to temporarily steal that to sort of help bootstrap things. And then... wood processing units... Getting there. Those ones should be being made. If I find where they are. Yeah, it's trying real hard to make those. Burner miners are probably not actually out, so it should be able to make those. This poor base, especially with power low, causing issues with the Oh, right. That's the... Yeah. That's fine. But with iron finally coming in again, and ideally this should have another train already dispatched. And it does. How are we doing? What do and don't we have? We don't have all the biomass power plants yet. That's fine. We're still waiting for 6 more seaweed crop facilities. Can I make those? The answer is maybe. I don't think I need burner mining drills to be part of my normal inventory anymore. Yeah, let's see if we can help out with making the seaweed crop facilities. Limestone, steam engines, air core inductors, and tin. Limestone is over here. Tin is down here. Air core inductors is over here. Oh, and we're out of steam engines. Okay. Here, let me yoink some small parts from this path. All right, and supposedly the bots are already... There it is. We've got 30 of those. Perfect. So the only things I think we're still missing are some of the moss modules, and, like, we're just going to accept that we're going to be missing some moss modules, and some of the biomass power plants, and we can come back for those after, because that's an easy thing to just count what we're missing. So I think we're good. Building each of these power plant modules is, like, such a hassle. Ugh. All right, let's grab kind of everything to, like, here. And, oh dear, okay. What do we have through here? Yeah, that's geothermal water. Do I want to screw around and risk messing that up horribly? I think so. Do it. Oh, nope. That's on the geothermal thing. We don't want to do that. Really? Yeah, really, it is. It's right there. All right. Guess I could put it a little further south. The issue is, yeah. I guess if I do it like here, we can kind of snake the geothermal through. I just want to make sure that we, that we can keep the geothermal water unblocked. It's not, I mean, it's not a huge deal if we mess that up, but... And we also need access to the molten salt on this side to be able to bootstrap this system, right? Oops. And of course, I'm going to have to figure out where our water pumps need to be, because they need to be a little bit different for every one of these actual installations. They're all a little bit funky. And what I should do is I should go in here and I should fix some of these requests. Be less ridiculous now that I have what I need. I pushed some of these up to be a little bit silly. So yeah, once the bots get all this figured out, like I said, we'll have to yoink some moss from the other power plants, which is gonna temporarily slow them down, but that's okay. And then we need to make sure that this geothermal pipe, isn't gonna mess up the rest of things through here. Yeah, that's gonna be no fun to route, is it? Okay, these need to be reconnected through to the main power without bridging it into this. Each of these power plants has its own self-contained power network, so that they can power themselves without browning out. So we do want to make sure when we build these that we don't accidentally bridge. Look at that. The networks. Wait, am I out of pipes? I thought I requested more than enough pipes. Okay. Well, we're going to have to go back to base for pipes, apparently. Yeah, 364 pipes. My request number is 400. Maybe I missed that request wasn't satisfied. Oh well. What I can do is this. It's not the nicest feeling thing in the whole wide world to be sitting around handcrafting pipes, but it gets the build done. Oh, something else that didn't work out. Mechanical inserters. I ended up low on as well. Okay. Well, I knew I knew we didn't quite have enough of those. I saw that. I remember seeing that now. I just didn't see pipes. All right, let's go over here and let's get this power hooked up. Because it's silly that it's not. Now we've got to figure out our water flow pattern. I think if we flip this the other way, we can make this... Oh, really? I didn't have enough undergrounds either? I swear I... Okay, whatever. Let's grab... And then to bootstrap this, we do need to temporarily hook up power across the bridge. That temporarily pulls this system online. And the other thing that we need to do is... Are you? Yes. That part. All right, it's outputting the check mark. Means that we want that. Enable when check mark. Is not 0. Yeah. And why is this empty? Oh, because I accidentally disconnected it at one point. All right, so we need a bunch of underground pipes. We need some more gray inserters that may or may not be available to us right now. Because, yeah, until these get their water in... no, not 24 of those. We need 10 more. Yeah, until we get the water hooked up across, nothing's going to actually turn on. Some of the moss farms might have turned on, but I doubt it. That part of the water in looks good. And then there should also be a water out. Yeah, which is this, yeah. And that needs to go to this outfall. If I'm lucky, I can fit around here somewhere. If I'm not lucky, we'll have to put over here. Okay. I think we're pretty much good here. Other than just still needing a bunch of undergrounds, a bunch of gray inserters, and some some more of these things. Let's see, what do the bots think that they can bring me? Nothing! Nothing is available. Okay. I have a hard time believing that's true, but... And underground pipes. Will the bots have some of those for me? They do. All right. What else did I say I needed? Oh, these things. Let's go see if I have enough undergrounds now to at least get all of the plumbing hooked up. That will get us to a pretty good place. That at least gets most of that power plant turned on, even if we're still missing some inserters for some pieces, etc. So that is important. Oop, we're not happy. All right, so moss appears to be the remaining big missing item. Everything else, I think, is done. It's obviously going to take a little while, and remember that the whole system is still in, like, brownout mode. So if we are trying to power that off of sort of the main power network, which we are until such time as it's online and can power itself, like, it is also going to be browning out, which is not going to help the not going to help it get itself started. All right, I hope that's enough moss. Let me grab a few more logs. Because I need to bootstrap the wood processing on both sides. Might not have grabbed enough logs, because I don't see seeds here yet. Hey, Starfighter, welcome in. Good to see you. Hopefully, mistakes have been made. Oh, I might have fallen asleep after dinner. Oh no, yeah. That's never good. Yeah, the dinner time nap is a dangerous, dangerous thing. All right. Think, if I'm lucky, no? There we go. I just need a few seeds to start going through to get the system to actually start itself up. Same on this side. Yeah. We got a couple seeds. Oh, we don't have ash. I forgot about that part. I can grab a couple stacks of ash. I have ash. Let me... I have to be careful with bootstrapping these because they will end up with... Oh. What's the next big milestone? Overhauling wood? I think I do get a wood upgrade. I'm almost finally to red circuits, which I know I've been saying for a long time now, but we really are almost finally to red circuits this time. We're dealing with power brownouts on the way to red circuits, but... Alright, that should be... that, and then... Of course. Okay. That should work around this stupid rare earth asteroid. Power. All right. These are running slowly, but they're running. These are all running. These are going. This is going. Oh, good. And we're just starting to get biocrud, which means these are going to start turning on. Basically, we should see is these will turn on shortly as soon as we start to get the hot molten salt. And I think as soon as that happens, as soon as we get the first... Well, not quite. As soon as this is running consistently, I think I can... Nope, nope, not quite. We might have to wait for more of these to turn on. Yeah, these aren't quite running full-time yet. It's hard to bootstrap this thing when the whole base is browning out, but... We there now? And then, yeah, here we go. Pressurized steam is starting to back up, which means that these will start turning on soon. They're trying. They're trying. Yeah, it's going to take a minute for all of this to, like, really turn on. Interesting. I was worried that I had put too much ash in here and that the system might not bootstrap, might back up on ash, but I might actually need to put a little more ash into the loop for them to really turn on. They are self-sufficient on ash, in theory. It's just that the whole thing is still getting itself started, right? There we go. That's a lot more ash coming through there. But I can drop a handful more into each of these, I think. I hate this, but oh well. Yeah, everything seems okay. Everything seems turned on. These are still low on... Yeah, biocrud. I think we're just still waiting for biocrud to fully start accumulating down here. That'll be fine. These will all get themselves turned on shortly. This side is missing a bunch of its machines still. But yeah, there we go. That, in theory, will help with our power issues. Although, these are still not running full-time, so maybe not. Let me go see if I have these biomass power plants built yet in the mall. And if we do, we can go drop those buildings in place. One. All right. Well... Uh-oh. Mechanical parts. Wait, I did that. Apparently, at some point I broke this. Alright, that'll get utility boxes and mechanical parts running again. It's hard to blame someone else when you're the only guy on the planet. Yeah, it really is. That was me. No one else. So yeah, power crisis. Again, it's trying. What I really need to do, though, is, like, install factory search and clear out some of these electric boilers. That'll help. Even if that's just a couple hundred megawatts that I can shave. I don't know if there's a lot I can do with the stack inserters. Like, this is literally just the consequences of my own actions here, right? Because I wanted to do the one-by-one trains, and I want to have them zipping around all the time, and I wanted that aesthetic. We just sometimes, when we have things that need high bandwidth, like, we have to use a bunch of these at some stations. And I don't think there's really any getting away from that. Unfortunately. Yeah, I was hoping we would have enough here that, like, it might... Yeah, because these still turn off sometimes. So I think we do need to get the rest of these things in place. Yeah, because this is already backing up. We have one. What do I need to make a bunch of those? It's probably expensive, huh? Not that one. Where's biomass? Yeah, those are expensive. Alright, well, we'll just wait around. Those will eventually get built. The half-power power plant is I guess I could disconnect one of these high-pressure steam turbines. That would, I think, help the game better figure out its power draw, because these are underpowered. But like, we should have just dropped practically a gigawatt. Well, half, right? But I think what's happening is because these are... Because there's 3 of these, they're... I think one of these whole double modules that I use makes about 1.2 gigawatts, yes. I think this will help. I could be wrong. I mean, if I wanted to be really aggressive with not letting this thing get overly burdened, I would put 1 in. Yeah, it's like 1.25 gigawatts or something like that. Yeah, but like, look at this thing. It's still running this at like full bore. And yes, the system is not all the way online yet. But still. Hey, Kellen, welcome in. Good to see you. For anyone who doesn't follow Kellen, you should. He does occasionally Factorio, but also a bunch of city builders and what else have you done? You do a bunch of different stuff. You did Timberborn. Yeah, I missed that stream. I saw it was happening and I missed it. Better than you expected? Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was going to be quite your thing, because it definitely has those like colony sim aspects of like the dudes have got to eventually do what you tell them to, and sometimes they don't want to. They're too much fun. They're very cute. The animations are great. They did a really good job with that aspect of it. All right, I think until we get the other half of this online, I'm going to run this with just one of these. But we're still running, like, right at the edge, which I guess makes sense, because we were going beyond the edge before. So at least we're right on the edge. And then when the rest of this system is online, when I get these other 8 power plants, I can drop in the other 2 of these, and that should give us a few hundred megawatts of breathing room. I do still want to install Factory Search and take the time to see if and where I can get rid of... Oh, I never hooked up these radars over here. Let's do that. If and where I can swap out electric boilers for other things, because I have a gigawatt of electric boilers most of the time, and that's like a quarter of my draw. And, you know, again, the stack inserters are consequences of my own actions. There's not a lot I can do about those. The electrolyzers, we need them where we need them. There's not a lot I can do about those. I could try to move away from the way I'm handling muddy sludge as a byproduct in some places, and that would get rid of a few electrolyzers, but like, eh. But yeah, these electric boilers, even if we can get rid of a few of them, you know, 4 of them is 100 megawatts, right? At peak consumption. So say 8 of them would get rid of 100 megawatts if we could actually find 8 that we can convert back to a different kind of boiler. So we want to do that if and when we can. The question is, will you like RimWorld when you eventually try that one? I never got into RimWorld despite my best efforts, and I'm not sure why, because it seems like the sort of thing I would like. Yeah, who doesn't like playing with a water sandbox? Exactly. Cool. We did get some nickel silicon, and then we ran out of silicon. Oh, look, we have more silicon. We might need more silicon processing. Huh. Why is this having such a hard time keeping itself full of coal dust? Oh, yeah, I guess this is only going to run a fraction of the time. Because it's half a belt, right? We're dealing with 7.5 coal dust, not 8. Yep. Yes, I think that's a good perspective, Kellen. Embrace the Sims mentality. Evil Sims. Yeah. Look, just because they're cannibals doesn't make them evil. Alright. I think there's not a lot I can do about silicon other than making more of it. I could expand that, but like, what's the... See if I can find it again. This one? Oh, we're stopped. Okay. So it's not just an instantaneous or a continuous throughput issue. It's a... Well, and that's sand. Are we low on coal dust? The answer appears to be yes, we're low on coal dust. Can I just, like... Interesting. Kickalks to coal dust. This is the recipe that I was hoping existed, and unfortunately, it's behind blue science. So we're not there yet. All right, that might be a problem. I mean, obviously, we're doing tailings. Yeah, we do have a load available here, and a train has already been dispatched. All right, coal dust is an issue for us then. All right. So raw fiber to coal dust doesn't seem atrocious. I mean, ash separation we're already doing. Tailings dust we're already doing. We already crushed coal down. So I think we're going to try to do, like, coal dust from fiber. Let's see what that looks like. Let's head into YAFC. Make a new tab. So if I want a belt of coal dust, and we're going to do it from raw fiber. I mean, we do have wood as well, but let's look at kickalcs. How much kickalc is this? This is a lot of kickalc. That's a lot of kickalc. Oh, all right. It is almost ad break o'clock again. I do try to run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off because I hate pre-roll ads. During the break, I'm going to stretch my legs and get a little bit more water. I recommend everyone else do the same. Take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we come back, I think we'll spend a little more time contemplating our coal dust options and see, since apparently that's a limiting thing for us right now. And then we'll, I don't know, we'll find out what other side quests we can go on. But we're really close to red circuits. I swear. We're almost there. All right. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for hanging around through the ads. I know 3 minutes of ads is a lot of ads, but like I said before the break, I think pre-roll ads are awful, and having lots of small ad breaks is just disruptive. I'm doing my best not to use ads as a cudgel to try to force people to subscribe, so one big chunk is as unobtrusive as I can get them. Alright, I was playing with this a little bit during the break, and I think this is what we're going to build. Pickalx to raw fiber, coal dust, it can make its own steam. So I think this will work just fine. We need to bring in a little ash, biomass, sand, fertilizer, lamps, water we make on site. Alright, so if I do this export entities to blueprint, you're going to start cudgeling everyone? I should start cudgeling everyone. It's September. I should be reminding everyone that if you've been thinking about supporting the channel, it's a great time to do it. Because subs are cheaper, but I still get the full amount from Twitch. And I think there was a thing for like the last week, and I've already forgotten what it is. So there is something specific to that week as well. But in general, for the month, whatever the discount is, that only makes it cheaper for you during September. It is the full amount to the streamers, which is delightful. What was I going to try to do? Right. Blueprint in. So now we have this blueprint. Add section. Oh, look at that. I don't know if that's... It's a little bit easier than what I was doing before. It's not hugely easier. Oh, no, except that's not the right numbers of everything. Darn. Never mind. Yeah, the entities are just one of each when you do export entities to Blueprint. Okay. So I think we're back to shopping list, export to Blueprint, requester chest. There we go. That's what we need to do. All right, so some of these things, again, we might have to help with. We do apparently have lots of Pickalx in the system, probably because I made this thing. Let's see if we can... Here, we can drop a wood processing unit in. We still need a couple more of those. What do we need to make some... Oh, I have nothing in my inventory. I can help with nothing. Boilers should be on the way. Moondrops are on the way. And the Kickout plantations are mostly on the way. Okay. swear I found a place where I was putting copper cable into a chest. I do. Logs, huh? Alright. Let's see. I should have a bunch of logs stored somewhere in here. There we go. Oh, we only had 450 kick-alks. Think we'll figure it out, though. Oh, we probably ran out of slots in here. Yeah. Alright, so we're waiting for the last couple of kick-alk plantations. Alright, let's change this down to be like 400. Or even like 350. That way the bots should be able to deliver the boilers and the last plantation they should be able to do anyway. Here, I'll just grab an extra stack. Doesn't matter. Actually, I will request 3 boilers. Remove this thing. And do I want to make them myself? I don't have stone. We're not making them ourselves. Do we have some down here that are already made? Is like boilers just a thing that's part of my... Yes. Okay. Done. We still have... We've got 5 of the biomass power plants. We'll wait until we have all 8 of those before we go up and drop them off and finish fixing that. Hopefully over the next couple of visits to the mall that will get taken care of. So let's go and set up this coal dust build. An interesting pie approach, and I'm sure someone has done it, and maybe I would try this even with pie veganism on top of base pie, but I guess I saw someone talking about this in hard mode, something similar, probably not identical, but someone was doing a minimal mining build. And I was thinking alien life gives you a lot of options for generating resources that you might otherwise choose to mine or get other ways. Like coal dust, right? Like, I'm doing this because this is an easy way to make more coal dust, but like, you could absolutely do a run where you do your best to rely on plants and alien life as much as possible, right? All right, this has a bunch of inputs, so I'm going to switch over to a warehouse. Sorry, to a deposit. What are our inputs? Sand. Ash, biomass, fertilizer, and lamp. And it doesn't use any of these in, like, particularly large quantities. So just requesting them all at... I usually try to set my request amounts to be a train load and a half, so there's still a half of a train load left when another one is dispatched by CyberSyn. That is not based on any science, that's just based on what felt good when I first started setting these up. And that's what I keep doing. Alright, so basically all of that stuff needs to go into the kickalcs, and looking at this is going to be just kind of awful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 inputs to these guys. Excuse me? Plus, I need to get the kickalcs out. So that's 4 or 5 belts. 5 belts, really. Let's work on that. I mean, we could do it with a little bit of underground belt shenanigans. I'm gonna do most of this build over here because I have the space instead of trying to cram it in here. Oh. Well. That's fine. We'll set it to recipe 2 for now. Thought I had kickalc recipe 3. Oh. There we go. Speaking of, how broken is my science right now? Oh, it's actually running. Okay. I'm sure when everything was browning out all the time, it was having issues, but... Man, we are just sitting at 4 gigawatts. Wow! That's a lot of power. Alright, so we'll set these to this recipe for now, but we will, obviously plan to switch it. Alright, so there'll be that. We'll have our output here. And then our input... No, I don't like that. I think we're going to have to do 2 belts down the middle. One of them will be our output, and one of them will be some form of input. And then 2 more here. At least these are big. And normally big buildings can be kind of a pain, but in this case... it will actually be useful. Because it means that we have room to kind of do... well, whatever we would want to do there. So let's see. 1.27, 1.27, 0.64, 0.13. I'm just deciding what to put on what belts. right? Because, like, we have... I mean, I guess we're dividing all of this by 23 kick-out plantations, right? So, like, it doesn't matter. It's a fraction of a thing per building for each one. Yeah. So it's like 1, 2... 3. And then power, power, power. So that is 6 of our ingredients. We'll have the 7th one up the middle, which is going to have output, output, input, input, power. Power. And then all of this goes here. Busted as in buggy or like horribly unbalanced? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I mean, yes. There are bugs in the game. Gotta have the Starship Troopers reference. But supposed to be running around a cave and I'm 3 feet. Oh no. Yeah, that's pretty busted. There. Okay. That is a lot of kick-alks. Apparently we only need 23, but I'm going to grab actually a 24th plantation when we go back to base. Let's do it this way. There is a train mission, so that's cool. See, I like a good train mission in any game. I never played the Uncharted games. I know, I'm a bad gamer. Alright, let's start getting... Alright, so what are we going to have for outputs here? We're going to have lamps. We're going to have ash. We're going to have sand. We're going to have fertilizer. We're going to have biomass. Actually, that's it. Why do we have a second load of fertilizer? How did that happen? Oh! That's how... Okay. I think I caught it in time. We will find out, though. And then clay. We're going to have one clay pit. Which I'm hoping, of course... What did I just get a ping? Oh! I can read that after. Sorry. If you're playing the Stellar Exploration Alpha, there's an update from the devs. But I will read it after. And then how much? I have 3 boilers for steam. Let's see. Yeah. It's just like pipes. Oh, I turned off my bots. Weird. So these guys will ultimately end up running on kick-alk fiber. Part of the output will be routed to them, but that will be after the rest of the processing here. So those are our 3 inputs. They're going to come this way. Oh, I turned my legs off. And then... Oh, I'm out of belts. All right. So, yeah, we are going to have to go back to the mall soon. Let's finish blueprinting in whatever we can as far as this build goes, and then we'll, yeah, this is gonna be a problem. I'm gonna have to move some stuff out of this to make room for... what are we missing? We're missing biomass, and we're missing ash. All right, so we need room for 2. That's fine. As soon as all this turns on, I should be able to drop these in, no problem. We'll have space for it all. It's just that right now... Okay, so we come down here, and we need to split the Kickalks in 2. Splitters, there we go. 2 of those go to botanical nurseries. Making the seeds, which are nice and easy. And that's our last input. The rest of this comes across and goes into, 18 wood processing units? Okay. How big is each wood processing unit? Big-ish, but not huge. Okay. Since apparently we have 18 of these to do, let's do this. We're going to split this in half. We'll take our output through here. We will do... Nine... 9. Each of these is, a very small input amount. Okay. Cool. We are actually almost done with this. Believe it or not. Cool. And the ash train is just still filling up because ash. Let's figure out power for these guys. And I guess just every... Output of this goes into... Well, we actually split it. So half of it... Well, it won't be half. It'll be less than half. But a chunk of it comes up here to fuel the steam for... the overall system. These are going to have another fluid input when I use the right recipe. 1 second. Let me do this. Kick elk. Then we will make it using recipe 3. I can copy? No. I can... There's a way to do this. Add to cursor. There we go. Oh, thank goodness. All right. So when we add the CO2 to these, it'll be coming in on the inside. Yeah, that'll work just fine. So it'll be just the same. It'll just be there, there. Apparently, I missed a bunch of... Yeah. So then this... Just align it with that. All right, that will be the CO2 in for the whole system when the time comes. I also do need to put, like, the rest of the water input in. So let's do that. Moondrop greenhouse for the CO2 can go, like, right there. Doesn't really matter. And then, what else is necessary here? I think I just have to hook up the water in, which is a very small amount of water, actually. These things aren't super thirsty. Of course, we did not properly. I did a bad job when I copied and pasted these. Okay. That should be watered down to everything. Yes, it is. So what do we need? We're gonna need... Here. That'll just get us steam. Or start to get the clay backed up as well. We're still waiting for ash to arrive, but that train is, it's trying its best. And then here we have the end of our output. I think we can do here. Which are going to make coal dust from fiber. You are done. All right. So that just leaves the... Here, let's do a solid pickup. Right there. So I think this build is done. Obviously, it's hard to tell when it's not, you know, turned on yet. But that should be... That should be it. So let's go grab, I mean, however many hundreds of belts we're going to need. We're going to need belts. We're going to need red inserters. We're going to need a few more kick elks to bootstrap the loop, probably. I can grab another stack of those. That's not a big deal. I'm not sure why I have an extra high pressure furnace and extra wood processing units. But I do. And this side quest, just to remind everyone, because we're a couple yaks deep in the yak shaving competition here, is our silicon production is slow because we don't have enough coal dust. So before we turn on red circuits, I'm just fixing what I can already see is going to be a bottleneck. All right, we're also going to get the rest of these biomass power plants now, so we can definitely go build the rest of that system as well, and that'll give us a little more room to breathe with some of that, with some of our power. I'm just grabbing stuff by hand because I don't really want to stand around here waiting for bots. Especially when they give up on delivering things to me right when they get to me. That's frustrating. All right, let's go. Should be everything we need for this, right? We were out of red inserters. We were out of belts. We have lots of those. We're deep in the yaks. We are deep in the yaks. Google yak shaving. I didn't make this up. This is a real term that is used. All right. That gives us a little more breathing room on power. Yeah, that looks a little friendlier, doesn't it? I think it's more that it's an industry expression. But it definitely is a term that frequently applies to Factorio, and especially to Pyanodons. Oh, did I get that other? I did. Cool. All right, let's make some seeds. What do these need? Oh, just 2 each. Okay. Hopefully some of these guys managed to get enough clay. Yes. At least the first couple. What are you waiting for? You're just waiting for seeds. All right. Same with you. I mean, they need a lot of seeds. There they go. Because, yeah, they need 15 seeds for 1 craft, and we only got, like, 3 crafts worth of seeds here. So I'm just making sure that the seeds are distributed to a single one. I guess I should have done this when I was there, and I forgot. I could grab a couple hundred more kick elks and just drop them all into the seed machine. That would help the system start. That was probably too aggressive on putting sand in. We're going to have a bunch of, a few more stacks of ash that want to come in, so I want to be careful with that. All right, let's go grab a bunch more kick elks so I can get the seeds I need. And we'll go from there. Hopefully by the time I get back, we'll have space to drop off the sand. I really need to pave this part of the base. There's a bunch of the base that I need to pave, actually. I have been avoiding taking the time to deal with infrastructure things. All right, more... There we go. That should be enough seeds to get this whole thing really fully bootstrapped. And then I think I could just ignore it at this point. Like, it needs the updated recipe to run correctly. Like, I don't think it can make enough seeds to run all of these machines. I don't remember. No, it should be able to make enough seeds, it just won't make as much fiber, right? Either way. There we go. This thing should, yeah, should be fine on all of its outputs. I mean, we should be seeing this start to accumulate in all these lanes, and we do. Everything except clay. And we won't get clay. Oh, this won't generate clay for itself yet. That's good to know. I hadn't really thought about that. Basically, until the seeds fully back up and fiber can, the kickouts themselves can back up here. And they are trying. They won't come through here, which means they won't end up converted to fiber, which means they won't be used to power the boilers. So I am just going to grab a bunch of wood. And we are going to fuel those things the old-fashioned way. Hopefully just enough to kind of keep this one more of these should also let this run full time. Yes, and that will help it to that'll help the whole system to like get to its steady state with all the belts full sooner if we're pushing the clay a little bit faster. Like long term, it doesn't have to do that. Like there's more, we don't need quite the full capacity of this, right? So we only need a couple of these. But letting it run full-time right now will just help the system bootstrap a little bit faster and get to a state where it can actually run. I also think what might be an interesting effect here is because of how this thing outputs, which is it puts out its 3 items in a stack of 1 and then a stack of 2. I think one of these belts is going to end up like super full and the other one empty, and it's going to take a little while for it to balance, which is fine. It'll balance eventually. It doesn't matter. But it is funny. All right. I think this is done. I think this is just a big old coal dust build now. Like I said, it's going to take a little while for enough of the enough of these to get made that the system will actually start to loop itself. But once it does, it should be okay. Fiber has quite a big fuel value. I think it's way better than logs. Yeah, it's like 50% more than each log. So it'll be totally fine once it reaches the point where this can loop, which again might not be. It actually might not work right until we get the recipe swapped over. I'm not sure. We might not be making enough kickalks for like the system to loop itself correctly. Or it might want too many seeds per kickalk, so this will never back up. Both of those are very real possibilities with the current setup. I guess we can check that. If we go back into YAFC here, and we use kickalk 2, and we say we have 24 of these. Okay, it will still make a very, very small trickle of coal dust. It does work in this configuration. It will just take a while to overflow. All right. And I think with 2 of these botanical nurseries running, it will have to get to the point where it fully backs up the belt of seeds before anything makes it over here at all. Which is not super ideal because that's a long belt. I'm trying to think of what else I can fuel this with, like, in the interim. I guess what I could do is I could grab an electric boiler and set it up temporarily just to feed steam into this until it fully loops and those kickalks can power themselves. I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to grab a couple more stacks of the kickalks to put into making seeds just to help bootstrap it. And I'm going to grab another electric boiler. Did I even put this on my to-do list? No. And after that, we can go back into YAFC and we can look at the last couple of red circuit prereqs and we can get that figured out. Because I think we're basically there. Just needed a few more, like I said, a couple more side quests. Electric boiler, electric boiler. Cool. All right, and it is about a minute until the ad break again. Like I said last time, I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because pre-roll ads are awful. So I encourage everyone to take the ad break to get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being. If you really don't want to see ads, it is September. It is a great time. Or if you have an unused Prime sub, I do always appreciate those. But yeah, otherwise we'll take a break shortly, and we'll be back after with and we'll be back after the break, ready to do MOSFETs. There we go. Those are the words I was looking for. Alright, so that should keep this running until it can power itself, and then we'll stop using electricity, which is fine. Cool. I am going to get myself a little more water again during the break, and when we come back, we'll grab what we need for the various red circuit components, and we will get ourselves moving on that. I'll see everyone shortly. All right, welcome back, folks. Ow. Okay, let's, back to YAFC we go here. And that's unified chips. Here we go. So I think the only question... We got optical fiber done last time, right? Like, it's fully done? I mean, besides probably not getting, Yeah. We're waiting for some things to make their way through, and apparently we're out of saline water. But, other than that... Really? Oh, no, I just don't have the request right. Lol. But then this also needs the cladded core, which we make way up here. And that needs the glass core, which is down here. Yeah, and this is silver plate limited. And even with our new... Even with the new silver plate build... Boy, this system is just having a hard time staying running. We do have... Yeah. Train limit is 3. I might have to try to get more lead ore processed, just more lead ore available to be shipped here. Just because shipping ore is always crummy. But yeah, getting deliveries of silver plate to where they need to be is gonna be a problem for everything right now. Oh, I don't need that anymore. All right, but let's figure out what we need here. Ferrite. The question is, do I want to put ferrite? I guess I have been saying that when I need... Is this really just not used for anything? Interesting. Magnetic cores give us... Yeah, coil core, which goes into the magnetic core. No. Used in... Yeah, it's not used until Electronics 3. Just doesn't have a use. I'm unclear why it is at this point in the system. But either way, that means that I'm not going to worry about making ferrite off-site. That was really my question, was do I need to make ferrite elsewhere? Are we going to use it soon? And the answer is no. So, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 electronics factories and 2 high-pressure furnaces is all we are going to need. And I guess we're going to need 2 chip shooters. We don't have those specifically because we don't have printed circuit substrate available in the mall, but I will grab what I need to be able to make those by hand. Yeah, and a bunch of small parts. And then when we go down to circuit land, I'll be able to grab the printed circuit substrate and handcraft those, no problem. All right, DDCs. We're just waiting for one more high-pressure furnace, which I guess I could build. Oh, nope, we got it. Perfect. And then once we get this build done, like, we're still waiting for everything. There's a long way to go here. I had an issue with the Trits setup, so they weren't running as consistently as I would have liked. But we do... Oh, we have almost a whole thing of Trits at this point, so we will get the photo 4s. And then at that point, I think our limiting thing is still going to be silver, unfortunately. And I don't think there's much I can do about that. Like I said, I think we do need to get more lead mining going because we have both, you know, lead and silver, depending on lead at this point. But just like in the general case... Oh, I think the printed circuit substrates are going to be over here somewhere. All right, let's get ourselves started here. We look into YAFC. Pretty much each of these things has they all have some shared inputs, but not like significant number of shared inputs. But I think like the boric acid and the aluminum pulp, I'll at least bring in, I guess, and the sulfuric acid for this. I'll bring all of those in as like one set of fluid inputs, and we can route those everywhere. And then everything else, how did I do this for circuit 1 parts? Let's look at that. Okay. Yeah, everything has like its inputs and then looped around to the other side. Inputs looped around to the other side. Ceramics on site. But yeah, inputs around to the other side. Inputs around to the other side. Inputs around to the other side. Okay. So that's what we'll do then for all of these remaining parts here. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Well, we'll do that for 3 of them. The 4th one is going to be weird. And the 4th one will be MOSFETs, so that's fine. Just looking at the map here, we can do another set of... Might even go all the way over here. I don't love that. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll skip one, we'll come over to here, and we'll do the builds here, just like these. 1, 2, 3 builds in a row, coming around. Because these do need, at least one of these needs, yeah, like medium power resistors is 4 buildings. And if I'm going to do those in a row, we need the space for them. Hey, new kick-out recipe. Okay, let's swap over to that. Oh no. Okay, well, this is emptying all of its stuff. These ones aren't. I'm gonna have to go fix that. This thing emptying itself is gonna leave a mess, unfortunately. Yeah, there's gonna be kick-out seeds and everything down here, and clay. Yeah, this is all gonna get blocked up. Cool. Well, I was hoping to avoid going up there, but now I'm gonna have to go up there. That is not, like, an urgent build, so I'm not going to stop what I'm doing right now. We'll go up when we're done. We're going to have plenty of time before circuits are actually going to want to turn on, and we're going to have a bunch of, you know, bottlenecks to track down and figure out as we go. So we still haven't had this run again. Is electronic silicon still busted? Oh, we're just out of silicon. Okay. And that is coal dust, so maybe I do need to go up and fix that kick-out build right away. No, let's do what we're doing now. Let's get what we're working on here done. Get these last kind of pieces towards the final circuit build, like, in place. And then we can go around and start debugging bottlenecks and figuring out what's broken. I'm surprised that we still haven't gotten any coal dust delivered to Silicon there. I would have thought, like, yeah, it might miss a delivery once in a while, but apparently our coal dust demand is significant in the base, which I did not realize. All of this needs to go. Okay, so I'm going to start with... Oh, I said I was going to bring in all the fluids over here. So let's do that first. Which stage of aluminum pulp? Stage 1. That's true for both things? Yes. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, oh, well, I could have made them part of this station, but that's okay. So that will be all of those fluids in. And then let's just start looking at our Oh, what? I missed an ingredient. I haven't even started bootstrapping these guys yet. Awesome. Let's look at those. So we need 1 seed a second for oh, that's a huge build. And like this isn't gonna run full speed yet, so we can do a slower build. And I think we're gonna have to, and then we'll switch over to stage 2, right? Which is gonna be a much more manageable number of buildings. So we'll do these, I guess we'll build it for 20 buildings. And we'll use this recipe for now, and we'll plan to upgrade it to this recipe. What if we just scale this for 2 botanical nurseries? Yeah, 24. All right, that's fine. And then the residual gas can be used for multiple things as we get different tech. So I think I'm going to output it. We'll do the processing of the residual gas elsewhere. That gives us a little more flexibility. And then I also need to like make my first couple modules so that this can start going. So we're going to need 2 botanical nurseries, 24 of these greenhouses, and the modules. All right, let's go do that then. Instead of... Oh boy, my bots are going to be... I marked all these trees for deconstruction preemptively, and the bots are just going to be having a field day. Here, I can do a few things remotely, though. One is we can get the... Is there a tech tree ordering issue? Do I not have these? Oh, I do. Cadaveric Arum Greenhouse. Can I not build that in normal assemblers? Oh, there is a tech tree ordering issue. I don't have this tech yet. Ugh. All right. Because, yeah, this should be a prerequisite for red circuits, and I missed it. That's fine. One more alien life thing to do. It will not... Well, we'll see how hard they are to bootstrap. What do I need for the ones from Codex? The Codex is easy, right? Yeah, the Codex is easy. cDNA, good alien samples. We do need to get flower and tropical tree DNA samples going. So let's start those. Ugh, I can't believe I missed that as a dependency. I mean, I can believe I missed it because there's a lot that goes into all of this stuff, and keeping track of it all is not always easy. But that's always a little a little frustrating, a little disappointing when you find that you've missed a whole side quest that you have to do, right? We'll hold on to those. And of course, science is petering out again. It is running. Okay. Yeah. How much am I requesting for... Yeah, 400. No, we do 800 at a time. Well, no, 400 is the request threshold. Okay. So yeah, it should be ready to ship another load of Logisci. Yep, it's already on the way. Cool, 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 cool. Let's head up to Kickalks then. We will do what we need to do up there. Whatever that was that I broke. Oh, right. Output from changing the recipe. Yeah. And then we will swing by the belt base. We'll figure out everything we need to drop off for getting the DNA samples that we need and all of that. And we'll get ourselves ready to bootstrap the cadaveric aurum. Aurum? Hopefully this is the last side quest. I'm running out of things I haven't done for circuits yet, so there can't be that many more side quests hiding around. I'm reasonably comfortable saying this is probably the last side quest, but... Yeah, these guys are slow. Cool. So this is trying to run, just in a slightly broken way. These look like they are all on... Yes, and they're all using recipe 3, which is what we want. Cool. Yeah. And this is backing up, and there's a lot more of the Kickalks moving through now, which is also great. Oh my god. Why am I so bad at this game? All of these were built too low. Get everything that is... Alright, and this thing we should be able to get rid of now. Because this system is now fully functional. I will do that. Shouldn't be necessary, because this thing can't process more than like half a belt of the output. But just to be on the safe side, we'll prioritize to the left here. And that'll make sure that this is fully prioritized. Are we... Yeah, clay is slowly backing up. Okay. Maybe I should leave the... No input fluid. Eh? Oh, right. Maybe I should leave the pump... Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna leave it on. I know I just took it off. But while the system is still... kind of bootstrapping, I want to make sure that there's plenty of space for... that there's plenty of spare steam to keep this thing running consistently. Everything else looks like it is pretty much backed up, which it should be. Cool. All right. Let's head back to... What's next? We need to figure out what we need for bootstrapping these guys, and that means flower DNA samples and tropical tree samples. Might have some of those floating around. Probably don't. So we're probably going to have to go ahead and make those DNA samples. This is another time factory search would be great, because, like... Do I have, like, a heap of... Oh, well, we might need those. Do I have a heap of, Oh, look, there's... Oh, wait, no, those are palm tree samples. Not tropical tree samples. Ooh. Shoot, tropical tree samples are new. Alright, let's head down to where we keep all of that stuff and see what we can figure out down here. So we're gonna need Reletia Codex, which we probably don't have in Logi, and that's fine. And then the tropical tree samples. Oh, Yotoi. Okay. Okay. And you also need Logi Science packs. So we, unfortunately, are going to have to yoink some Logi Science packs to get this done. Let's also... Yeah, let's head up here and let's make some more codexes up at the codex factory. Oh god, we can stop making Tritz codex now. Make Relesia codexes instead. Alright. And we do have a bunch of Yotoi codexes in here. Yeah. So the Relesia codexes will get pushed down as needed. So I think we can just go grab... Well, we don't need the palm tree DNA samples. We can put the generic Earth DNA samples back down there. Let's go grab a stack of Logi science packs. I know our research is already slow, but it is what it is. We need them. And then that should get us going for both of those pieces. Oops, not that one. And then the other part of making this is what? Good alien samples. Oh, we do need the cadaveric arum codexes as well. That's fine. Good alien samples, cDNA, and biosamples. Okay. None of that is particularly egregious. Good alien samples aren't cheap, but good alien samples are broken. Yeah, okay, oops. I changed my thresholds for a bunch of this stuff. I was trying to get trains to be more full when they were running, and I missed that this was configured to only put out, like, up to a certain amount here. Do I have the same thing here? No, I don't have any thresholds here. So this will just run forever. Alright, but good alien samples are a little busticated. We'll fix that by hand for now. So we'll have to come back for those when we're ready to do the actual cadaveric arum. So then the question is, how is science doing if... Yeah, this still has a bunch of them. Okay. So I can yoink them from here if I absolutely need to. Oh, we have so much Pi Science 2. Look at it all. Alright, I'm not worried about Pi Science 2 then. If I have to steal a bunch of the good alien samples from that, that's fine. Taking Logi-Sci still hurts, just because my Logi-Sci has been so screwed up so often. Make those provider chests. And think 100 Logi Science packs for one tropical tree sample? Jesus. Alright, well, we're making the bare minimum of these guys then. Nope, nope, and nope. This one. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. We only need a couple, right? Yeah. I mean, we run this twice, we get 4 of them, which is enough to fully populate one building, which is enough to bootstrap them. So, like, that's fine. And then, if we look at what else we're going to need for these guys, bring in a little bit of sand. And stone wool. I don't know if I'm making stone wool in one place or if I make it on site for my... Yeah, it looks like I make it on site right now for the zip ears. So what I should probably do is figure out how much stone wool the zips are using, which can't be that much. And go ahead and centralize stone wool. 0.096 versus when I say I want to use this recipe. 0.032. Oh, no. Bonk. Yeah, 0.16. Okay, so this is significantly more input stuff, which is what I thought. So these guys already need 0.64 of a furnace. So I think what we will do is go ahead and do that. But we'll do like 2 furnaces of it. Yeah, that ratio is fine. That's like half a belt of coke. We're going to have ash output. Let's make this a nested table just so I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay. So yeah, we'll bring in coke and stone. We'll output stone wool and ash. So we need 8 boilers, 2 high-pressure furnaces, and a place where we can put down 3 stations. All right. So 2 more boilers. No, sorry, 2 more high-pressure furnaces and 8 boilers. Which I have, right? I had a bunch of those in my inventory already. Yes. Bots are going to be very confused trying to bring me those high-pressure furnaces. Hopefully, I came up here close enough to where they are, and they will find me. Yep, there they are. Beautiful. Well, there one of them was anyway. There's the other one. All right. Everything else, I'm not that far behind on most of these things. So I think we're good. The only question is, where do we want to build stone wool? I don't have a lot of space down on this side. I guess I'm going to end up doing the arums up here. So I may as well just do stone wool up here too. That's fine. And then we'll have to head back over to zip ears and convert them from making stone wool on site to pulling from the network. And we're expecting to see science kind of slump out for a little while, because I did steal a couple hundred science packs to make the samples for the arums. So that is going to be a thing. All right, and I think we can do this with just like, yeah, half a belt of coke into half a belt of, and half a belt of stone, just right into the whole build. This will be a super simple build. Let's actually do it this way. So we're going to start out with, we have 8 boilers. And what are our numbers? Looks like a yellow inserter for each one is good enough. And do I just do like that? Get the ash out. Go up here and here. That will be, because ash is a byproduct output, it needs to be high priority. And then down here, the steam comes right out of that and into, said 2 of these high pressure furnaces. Making stone wool. Yeah. .5 stone, so 3 items in. All right, we'll just do. And our output is tiny. What did I do? How did I do that? I don't even know what the keyboard shortcut that does that is. And that will all come out here to the main stone wool. All right, so that was an easy build. Ash out. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we just gotta wait for this to get all of its trains delivered. So let's head down to Zippier's and convert them over to requesting stone wool from rails. Zippier's, of course, are on like the opposite corner of the map from where we are right now. So that's going to take a hot second. Have I played Helldivers? I have not. It has been on my list for a long time. But my friends aren't gamers. So like games that are mostly social, I usually end up passing on because I don't have people who want to play them with me. Let's see. Zips are here. You can play with randos? Yeah, I guess. Probably the way Helldivers is structured, randos is better than it would be in some games. I have been hurt enough times playing games with randos. Just turn off voices, yeah. All right. That should be... Oh, and look, we resolved one of our places where we were using a electric boiler. That's 25 megawatts right there. What about, yeah, like, see, I'm using electric boilers for all of my, like, tar processing. And I should probably... Moving away from electric boilers? I mean... Okay, so right now they're not my worst thing, but I have seen this up over a gigawatt. So, like... where it makes sense to, yes, I'm moving away from electric boilers. Like, I said this earlier in the stream, but the hundreds of stack inserters are very much the consequences of my own decisions. You know, I wanted to have lots of small trains zipping around, and we have that. But that means that for throughput reasons, we have to have fast loading and unloading. Especially for ores and things like that. So that just leads to lots of stack inserters in the base, and I have just accepted that. But the boilers, at least, I can do something about in some places. I think I can also do a little bit about electrolyzers. All of the places where we're... Yeah, more trains, trying to add stackers. That is an option as well. Trying to retrofit stackers into... I mean, some of these builds do have a lot of empty space around them, and I can absolutely, like, build stackers and things around them if I need to. Some places it's a little bit tighter. But yeah, moving away, especially places where I already have, like, coal nearby or some other fuel source, just, like, don't use electric boilers there, is an easy change. All right. So we're still waiting for the arums. Let's still keep doing our prep work for building these. We're only going to do, I think, 2 crafts of this. So we're going to need just a little bit of cDNA, some biosamples, a couple of planter boxes. It's just a bunch of random crap, as is always the case with Alien Life startup. Oh, I didn't realize I still had some power plants down here. I didn't have to wait so long for all of those to get built. Okay, cDNA, we should have... Yeah, we need 6 of it, and that's fine. Do we have biosamples up here? No, those are down lower. Those are going to be over here with the 2 tropical tree samples. All right, we have enough of these. We can turn this off. Oh, I just got dumped all the stuff that was in that, didn't I? What else do I need? Have all of that. Oh, I needed some biosamples. I should really put these in a box. I'm gonna do that, actually. Couple of planter boxes. I think it's just the good alien samples. And a couple of the codexes that we haven't made yet. The reason that I'm starting bootstrapping these with, like, the bare minimum made this way is, 1, they're expensive, but 2, specifically, they use a lot of Logiscience packs, and I... Oh, right, I can't select the Arum codec yet, because... it's not a thing yet. Okay. So yeah, I think it's just the good alien samples. I mean, planter boxes are easy. I've got a couple of those down here. There we go, 2 planter boxes. So yeah, we just need the 4 codexes, because it uses 2 each. Yes. And then... yeah, and then we just... yeah, just the codexes. Let's go grab good alien samples, just so I have them. We'll get it all in our inventory. We'll be ready to go. Because I want to be able to get the Arums started bootstrapping as quickly as possible. Just because... What do we need? 2 for each craft, 4 crafts total. Cool. Done and done. Oh, I'm so slow. Legs back on, please. How are these things doing, by the way? I might have to expand this. I don't remember what scale I actually built it to, and trits are definitely pulling some in. But also science is obviously not running at full speed because we've had issues with Logisize, so it might not be an issue. But I do need to keep an eye on my sea sponges and figure out if I need to expand them. I could do the math, and actually figure out if I need to expand them, but where's the fun in that? Alright, it is ad break o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and let the ad break run, let the bots finish clearing out my trash slots here, because my inventory is a disaster. And when we come back, we will... what are we going to do when we come back? I'm not sure. If cadaveric arums are done by then, we'll build those out. Otherwise, we'll... I don't know. We'll figure it out. Well, there's always something broken in this base. So, I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around during the break. I appreciate it. Oh, sorry. Stretching. There we go. Okay. It's amazing how quick those hours fly by. It really is. What do we got? 26 minutes left on the Arams. I guess I can go back to working on the electronics factories while we wait for these. They're not going to be able to turn on fully until we get this done, obviously, but, like, other stuff is broken too, so... The other thing that might be worthwhile, because I know it's a bottleneck, is more lead ore. If I go look at silver, is silver still kind of turning off and on all the time? Hey, look, silver is totally stopped. That seems particularly bad. This should at least have a train limit of 2. That would help. But yeah, we might need to get a second... Well, we might need to switch this loader to stack inserters. Just use up that new power plant right away. And then... Because, yeah, this is also apparently... Apparently my lead is, like, has been in demand. Or maybe it was broken for a little while and it's rebuffering. Has solder been running a lot? Is that pulling a lot of lead? Yes. That's an option. Oh, you know what I should do? There we go. Switch this over to the recipe that uses tar. That'll lower the demand on our lead a little bit and should keep it a little bit happier. Should avoid some of the issues of a little bit of the resource conflict with trying to bootstrap silver. But realistically, I think I do need just another lead mine in the base. And I need the one that's there to have faster loading. Should I just do that now? Yes, let's just do that now. Let's swap that one over to... did I just go way too far? I did. It's right here. All right, let's swap this station over to... So these are at, what, 14 times 1.4? That's only 20 a second, so it would be good to get a little more throughput here as well. Obviously, I don't have these mining drills with me right now, but if we just do that, that would certainly help a lot. Well, in theory, that's good enough. And then over here... this needs to be made the same as... Is this one a high throughput? Yes. All right, so this should start getting requests again. And I just need to grab these 13 miners. And that should help significantly with silver, because it'll just get trains in and out of the lead ore station as quickly as it can conceivably done. Cool. Much time left on these? Oh, well. There we go. Why did it decide it couldn't make one here? That's totally fine. Well, that's annoying. I'll take this one off for now. Alright, well, I'll need to try to remember that I need one more of those. Here, I'll leave it in my requests so that I get it later. But this should help a lot. And then when we do get this belt stacking upgrade, it should be able to push a lot more of this through, right? Yeah, that'll be able to push a little bit more than 2 belts through. And then, did we get tar up at... Yes, we did get a delivery of tar. Okay. So this should all be able to run a little bit better now as well. Why do I have so many inserters for 3.5 items a second? We're not going to answer that question. We're not going to worry about why there's so many inserters there for 3.5 items a second. We're just going to leave them. We're going to assume that I did it for a good reason. It's probably not true. It's probably just a copy and paste error, but... All right. How are we doing down here? Have we gotten all of our fluids? No. We haven't gotten boric acid. Oh, this only makes boron trioxide. And then I have this guy that makes boric acid that I just never hooked water up to, so it has never been running. Cool. At least it's an easy fix. And this outputs, like, a lot. Output full. Oh, this is misaligned. Wow, this was broken in multiple ways. There we go. Yeah, this should fill up pretty quickly. So we will get our delivery of boric acid down here. Everything else... Okay, these are running. We do have silicon again, which probably means that the whole kick-out build is actually, like, doing what I want. Or at least it thinks it's doing what I want. Yeah, I see kick-out seeds backing up. It's looking good. Yeah, I mean, that looks like pretty much a full belt of... It's not quite. There's some gaps, but, like, I am going to call that effectively a full belt. Cool. So that will be able to keep things that need coal dust running, which is, I think, mostly our silicon. In fact, this is ready for another delivery. It should have it assigned. And it does. I'm not sure where we're going, but... Oh, we're picking up from down here. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Because the system will still prefer to use the coal dust. That's a byproduct of other things. Yeah, because this is high priority, and this one will void if it overflows, and that's fine. I don't think it's ever going to overflow anymore, because we had to build more. But if it does, it does. This one, there's no reason to void, because, like, if our coal dust demand does go down and this fills up, then just like, oh no, my kick-alks will be... my kick-alks will feel useless, and frankly... don't care about their feelings. I don't care about the feelings of palm trees. That is an assertion that I'm willing to make live on stream right now. Where am I? What am I doing? We are making medium power resistors. All right. Cermet ferrochrome and high power resistors need to come in. And then what are our ratios on those? Basically even. Okay. And those feed into 4 electronics factories. All right. And then we will also have to deal with the boric acid, but that will be... I'll deal with that as a output, I think. Or I'll deal with it on this side. Sorry, not as an output. That makes no sense. I will deal with it on the output side. That way I have more room for inserters down here. That is what I was trying to say. Because, yeah, we have much more room for this to come through here than we did on the input side. I think, in theory, everything that these resistors need is available at this point, so it is just a matter of waiting for everything to get sent. Why is Surmat not getting sent? Surmat is not running. Because we're out of lubricant. So lubricant is in a funny state, and I knew it would be. Why isn't this looping? I think this just needs, yeah. We need lard for oleochemicals, and that will get us more lubricant. Lubricant is going to be slow. It's going to be one of our limiting reagents. I don't know if it's going to be the limiting reagent. I think that is going to be... Ooh, we got a delivery of trits. Oh, this train is stuck. Why is this train stuck? Hello? Oh, there we go. There's the missing routing. What was I saying? Lubricant is going to be one of our limiting factors until we get blue science running. Lubricant silver and silicon are going to be kind of our things. But hopefully, since we just saw that we got trits, delivery of trits, I want to see trits being... Boy. All right. That error means that stuff has been so backed up that something spoiled on its way through to processing. And we can see that that is the case. I saw some biocrud in with the trits down here. Yeah, this is all super backed up. Like... Yeah, there's just too much of everything coming through this belt, is what it is. All right, I think I need to, like, split this into sort of 2 belts coming in. And then we can, like, merge things, split off the second belt. At least through, like, meat maybe would help. And then hopefully by this half, it's light enough that it's not a problem. All right, let's... how many high power resistors are we making? 3 a second. Okay, let's do this. Just so I don't leave this build half done. I believe this build is, well, nearly finished. Let's get the boric acid. All right. And then Cermet is messed up still because we're waiting for lard, which now that we're slaughtering trits, we're going to have a ton more lard, which is fantastic. This is one of the things I've been waiting for. But we absolutely need to go fix that belt is oversubscribed. It's cool that alert worked. I was already checking on things when it fell over, but, like, it's good to know that this will absolutely do what it needs to do to let me know that things are broken. Okay, so let's just grab... What do we want to grab? Maybe everything that comes off of trits and bees and these guys? All right, so what we're going to end up doing is we're going to copy this whole thing, and we're going to do it right here. Then we're going to do, like, this. Then... question is that now enough for trits to be able to... Yes. Okay, so trits run like half a belt of output just for trits. I guess I didn't fully process and appreciate that. Oh no, see, even like this. I'm actually going to split trits onto 2 halves of this belt. There we go. That should make it a little bit easier. And then this stuff is fairly low volume. Like, we're not pushing that much out of here, so it should all still fit kind of piled up on one side of the belt. Yeah, I mean, I guess I ended up with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 mechanical inserters, and that's like half a belt, so... As long as they can get it emptied in time, and they can. So yeah, it's a little bit less than half a belt, but... Alright, I think we can turn this alarm back on now. Oh, guts are backed up again. Do I not have a guts void? I might not have a guts void. I might need to make a guts void. This is going to be a problem. And then, meat can go in here. I also should probably think about a meat void. But guts void is definitely the thing that is jumping out to me right now as necessary. Bones are around somewhere. Alright, and then I can't put guts away because guts are backed up. Okay. I don't want to make this any bigger. I honestly should undo what I did to meat earlier in the stream and set up a meat void instead. Let's find a use for guts. Guts to chlorine, or guts to hydrogen chloride might be the better choice. Guts to... oh no, that's... oh, those are basically the options. The options are chlorine in molecular decohesion or hydrogen chloride using bioreactors. All right. Well, let's do bioreactors. Let's make HCl out of guts. All right, so that's just 15 bioreactors, and that makes a decent chunk of hydrogen chloride for us. Where is my main sort of centralized hydrogen chloride build? Yeah, well, it's currently off because it doesn't have chlorine. So it'll be good, I guess, to get that going then, and that'll lessen the demand on chlorine from HCl. And it also won't need lamps, which is great, because I hate lamps. Yeah, let's, I guess we can work our way up here and do guts to, hydrogen chloride. It's going to take 3 station slots. One for the guts in, one for the hydrogen chloride out, and one for... any guts that do happen to spoil into jerky. We want to make sure we have a jerky out. All right, bots, bring me what I need. All right, cool. Let's, where did I say I wanted to build that? Up top. I'll do it up over near the other HCl build. Why not? Make sure that both of my hydrochloric acid builds are as far away as possible from the rest of where it's consumed. And I guess I need to decide what I'm going to do with this. I kind of wanted to go across here. I know that's a lot in the lake. But like once we get north of where the power plants are, we can, yeah, we'll turn this into a square here. And we'll run across here and then down. Although we probably won't do much more like useful here just because the builds would be all on water. But that would get this connected up around the back here. That would encase kind of this last area of non-rail base region. Then we'd have like a square here that we would close off as well from here. But there's just a lot of water around here, so it's hard to kind of figure out exactly what I would want to do. You know, same like I want to close off down here and hook this up, and we can do builds in this area. But then down here, we just have this big old pond. Okay, looking at... Oh, I need to remember to drop off this fluid mining drill, too. We can do that after we are done here. All right, solid drop-off first. This is going to be a low-priority station. It's going to be in the Void network. And it's going to request guts. I think that's pretty much it. We'll take the outputs from here. Decide how I want to route this. How big are these bioreactors? They're not huge. All right. Yeah, that's fine. And we'll need to loop this back around and filter out jerky. And one each. Cool. Okay, there we go. And then... there we go. And this is the output of a void, which means it needs to be high priority. We want to prefer to pull HCl from here rather than from where we make it using lamps whenever possible. All right, I think that's it. That's just like a belt of guts into HCl. Oh. And the thing's booping again. Animal processing fail. Let's check it out. Let's see what's going on. Oh, we had more biocrud sneak through. Oh, this should be global too, because I want that to be audible. That's the whole reason I put a sound on it. Why did that happen? That probably happened because something was backed up and finally drained. Right? There was some biocrud on a belt somewhere that finally was able to leave. So I think it's okay. Everything seems like it's working correctly now. Most importantly, do we have photophores? No. We have... Wait, how long do photophores last? Excuse me? Oh, fuck me. I can't do these centralized. Oh, melon. It's been a long time since I've had a good melon, why did you do this to me moment. But melon, why did you do this to me? All right. So what does this mean? I think it means we still want to do... I still want to do these guys here. I think that has to happen. So I think what that means is we need to bring in some stations adjacent, and we're going to have to tear apart some of this. We're going to have to pull out... It's the last step of the chain, but yeah, exactly. We'll pull out the iron niobium coating here and output that instead of trying to do the optical fiber. And then at trit rendering, we will have our 2 automated factories, and we'll do that right here. I've got space for a couple of spare stations over on this thing, so we can have our input for the iron niobium coating and the plastic, and the output. This is manageable. This is totally manageable. That is brutal. That is absolutely brutal. Okay. So this is going to keep going off because we're going to keep having photophores. I should actually... Wait. Let's do that. Well, it's a little late for that, isn't it? Yeah, by the time they come all the way around here, they're already decayed. That's awful. Oh, yep. Yeah. So we're going to have to do the last bit of it down here. Because, like, when they come out fresh... Yeah, we have the full 5 minutes. So if we send them just, like, right over here, that's fine. Okay. Cool. Let's go do that. I didn't even check. I got used to all the AL stuff spoiling on the order of hours. Nope, not here. Further south. All right. At least this is like a very manageable fail. I don't think we have to redo that much work. So, this stuff, which it's not like we have yet, so it doesn't really matter. But these will come out here and go up to here. These guys... Well, let's change our requests. We don't need photophores anymore. We don't push plastic down anywhere, do we? In that case, I could absolutely get rid of this station. But I don't want to mess with it right now. We'll get rid of plastic bars, too. I will take all of those. All of this goes... Well... Here, let's do a cut. No, let's do a copy. I'll copy all of this. Then all of this can go away, away. Oh, this station can be freed up too, because we're not going to have the decay. Okay, I am going to move iron niobium alloy down here then. Because that frees up enough stuff that I can do something there, because I have 2 stations available. Really what I should do is take this one off. This one off. And iron niobium alloy is going to come, oops, down here now. This is stupid. 1 second. Let me put down a... take out the extra copper just so there's a little more space in there. Throw that in there for now too. Okay, so this is now going to be a solid pickup here. For this. And then the iron niobium alloy will come out here. And feed into here. Yeah, and we did dispatch an extra train with that, but I think it'll be okay. I think we have space for a delivery of, whatever the other thing is when we get it, the glass core. Really? Oh, yeah, let me just redraw this then. Okay. So this is still waiting for the glass core. That's fine. We knew that was going to be a problem. This is now outputting this stage, the iron niobium coating here. That'll be fine. Make sure that side is reasonably signaled. So that frees up that spot, and apparently a spot here. I could actually move the... Now I want to just, like, refactor a ton of this, but let's not. I could move the saline water in to over here and free up a little more space on this side. Oh, no. Never mind. I don't want to mess with it. You can't flip rail blueprints easily, so... Ugh. What a pain. Can I... Oh, I can dump this copper. Alright. I think This side is fixed. Let's head back over to where we're doing trit rendering, and we can set up the final stage right there on site. Oh, this could have been so much worse. Alright, so we come out this side. We're going to take just the photophores. Everything else comes back over here. We're going to have an input here with some other stuff on it, for sure. So we'll do that. Now, if I take the... Okay, these need to loop. That's important. Because these can decay. So this comes around here. It's all the way over. Put the biocrud out to the right. Literally just dump it there. Oh, I need to fix this to be properly... This doesn't need... This will all fit on one side of a belt. I'm sure this will all fit on one side of a belt. I shouldn't do this, though, because I don't have biocrud filtering in the inputs, and I don't want to have biocrud filtering in the inputs. I want to be alerted if stuff goes wrong and I'm getting spoilage through here. That's why the alert system is set up the way it is. So I need to route this biocrud separately. That was good job, Brandon. That was... Actually, that's probably better to do it here. There we go. So that'll be the biocrud out from decayed photophores. And then we're going to have our two assemblers here doing optic fiber. I guess we don't actually have inputs here, do we? Because that belt will come in this way. So we're going to have the photophores in. We're going to have our other ingredients in. And then on the output... There we go. All right. That is, I think, kind of all we needed to do. Now we have plenty of time for the photophores to spin. I'm going to have to change how we request Um, oh, my inventory is still a mess. Let's get our input station here, and then I can put stuff into it. Like all this plastic. Okay. Oh, and it is ad break o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and let the ad run, and I'm just going to do some belt routing while the ad goes. I don't think this is particularly exciting stuff. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes when you're back from the ad. What am I putting in here? That one. Okay, so I think this is basically all we're going to need. It's these two stations and some belts. And I did just realize the Davrik Aram research finished. So we can go ahead and figure out getting those things started. Right, we no longer have a request for trits. I do want to set up a request for... so that when we want... what am I trying to say? Set up a request so that when we want lard, we should also be requesting trits. Because trits are like our best lard source. So we need to do two things. One, we need to do it up here where we're outputting what will be outputting the optical fiber. Oh, I don't have decider combinators on me. I have one. Shoot. All right. What does optical fiber stack to? Stack size of 100. Okay. All right, welcome back from the ad, everybody. I'm just getting the last couple of things set up here. To get this trits integrated with system. We need to make sure that when we want optical fiber, we request that trits be slaughtered. Maybe I should have that as an AND signal with like something here so that we don't put too many photophores here all at once. These will use only 0.66 a second. How many will these use? 6 times 0.3. Okay. So like 0.36 versus a little over. Okay, that should be fine. It might actually be unfine because it might be that one of them never gets enough photophores. But no, it's just one for each build. Okay, yeah. That's fine then. And then the other thing that we want to request photophores or request trits for, as I was saying during the break, is we want to request them when we are when we want lard. So we'll go ahead and grab cider combinator here. Oh, wait. What is this doing? Oh! We request AUGs currently. Okay, so yeah, we just want to change this to trits. And I guess, actually, you know what? Let's do 2. Let me see what I can do with a little bit of magic here. So we'll request trits if it's below, that says 4,000, which is 4 stacks. And then if we go below 3,000, then we'll do AUGs. All right. And that way, when we get very low, we will add AUGs to the mix. Otherwise, we will try to get our lard just from trits. A train is... Ooh. How did this happen? A train was dispatched when this was... Eh? Sure. I'm trying to remember how this works. So yeah, the hold signal is on because the train was dispatched. But why was a train dispatched in the first place? Right, the thing that puts the signal here, this selected gasoline times this number, S, if this is non-zero, S should be 0, which means we get a signal. Never seen this. And I'm very confused how it happened. All right, let's go through all of these again. So hooked up to the cybernetic combinator is this guy. This guy outputs whatever its input signal is times S, which is our request amount, right? That's this 25,000. Our input signal comes from one of two combinators. One of them is this guy. Oh, right. This guy loops back. That's right. That's how this works. So this guy's input is... This is a latch, basically. When we have a hold signal, it holds its output, which is what it's doing now. And when we have no hold signal, it follows whatever this is. When it's following this, we have a hold signal, by the way, if we get any signal from the station control. And what that says is the A signal that this outputs is what? I forget. But this outputs, like, the train ID that's coming to it. So as long as there's no train assigned, the input floats. And it'll be assigned whatever it needs to be. And then as soon as a train is assigned, we put the hold signal, we latch it. This has a train limit of 1. So it shouldn't have been assigned, like, 2 trains back to back because it, like, flip-flopped on its request. I don't know. I really don't know. Because I don't know how it's possible that this was 0 in order for this train to be requested like this. And, like, I can empty this train. That's fine. But if I don't understand why it broke, I am worried it will happen again. Because, yeah, I really don't understand how it failed. Yeah, we're just going to slaughter all of our tricks and keep outputting way too many photophores because... whatever. We need the lard anyway, is really the reason. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna have to go up to where that thing is and try to figure out a way to fix it. Get the gasoline out, pumped in somewhere. But it's sitting on so much diesel. It must have gotten a delivery of diesel that would have left it in a non-zero fuel state, right? So how could it ever have requested this gasoline? It never should have sent a signal. And maybe it's just like was like a one tick, delays aren't quite synchronized kind of thing. I mean, that's certainly a possibility. Right. Because as soon as the train starts emptying... So there's a train limit of 1, so the other train would have had to be done and departed before Cybersyn would try to assign it, right? All right. Well, what I can do is kind of a... We're going to do a little bit of a tank dance. Wait, that's not right. Hold, please. No, this is fine. Yeah, we push it into here. Yeah, this is floating. This is following whatever... Alright, what I want to do is I want to push the diesel out of this into this system. So, like that. There we go. Well, it's fixed. I just, again, I wish I knew why. Yeah, the request threshold is 25K. So what should happen is we should request 25K, which right now we're requesting nothing, right? And we can see that. Because this is full. If I were to pump this out and make it empty, this would emit this minus 25K. And what this does is it follows the selector combinator. So we're always requesting whatever we have the most of, right? As soon as CyberSyn assigns a train, this goes out, and we latch whatever's coming off of this. But I think we have like a 1 or 2 tick delay there. So if CyberSyn assigns a train with one fluid, and then we latch a different fluid, what'll happen? We will get the delivery of the first fluid. This will go, but this will go full, this will go 0, and before that train departs, with our train limit of 1, our request for the second item should have vanished. So I wonder if there is some, like, race condition with CyberSyn where it, you know, doesn't check every tick. So it ends up dispatching a train even though we said, wait, don't do it. Yeah, there's got to be some, like, one or 2 tick, like, delay through the different combinators and into CyberSyn, some kind of race condition. I'm just worried that as the base grows, I'm going to see that more often. That is my big concern. All right, let's find the lead ore and drop off this fluid mining drill that I've had sitting around. And then we finished the research for the cadaveric. Yeah, I can send you the blueprint string for that. 1 second. Me. Fuel drop off. That's the one. Export. Copy. Are you in my Discord? Where should I send this? What's the easiest way? Oh, you know what? I'll just put it in a... Oh, there's a Factorio blueprint, like, paste bin, isn't there? There you go. All right, let's go get the cadaveric arum started, because I've had all this stuff in my inventory for it, and the research went through a while ago. I was just distracted with other breakages in the base. What am I doing? Oh, I need a... Cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, as long as... If that works, then that's fine. What am I doing? It is definitely probably almost time to call it a night. I'm starting to feel the brain drain of having done hours of pie. I want a... one of those. Bots, bring me a nursery. And then hopefully I have everything we're gonna need. Oh, I don't have the actual these guys. Need to make 4 of those, I think I decided. All right, let's just grab the stuff and do those by hand. Those are easy. Excuse me, easy enough. Glass is up here. Yeah, more tinned cable. I knew that that was going to be the thing. I just don't know where it is. There we go. All right, bots. Hopefully one of these guys brings me the nursery. Yay, they did. Okay. And the other thing I need to do is get these set up. Over here... Nothing wild needed in those? No, I mean, they're expensive. The hydrocyclones are not cheap on their own. And then I will set this to 2 stacks of those. All right, so yeah, we'll get 2 stacks of those from the base. That's fine. And we will end up with, I think, 2 crafts of this, which is going to be 4, which ought to be enough to start building a little thing to bootstrap the modules. Ugh. Are we going to get that done before I call it a night? Maybe. I mean, what else is left on the to-do list? Medium power resistors are done. Okay, so we do still have MOSFETs, inductors, and capacitors that I didn't ever build because I got distracted with things that are broken. And then beyond that, silver is still a problem. We did ramp up our lead ore capabilities. And I am hoping that that means that silver will be running more consistently. It does look like it is. Obviously, we still have very little silver because silver processing is bonkers terrible right now. The other place we get silver from is ash processing, and we do have that running both up here with this ash processing and one on rails. This one ends up on rails as well up here. And then ash processing on rails is here. I don't know that this gets invoked very often these days. I think most of my ash is being used. Oh, this is set up as a void. I'm definitely not doing a good job of marking every ash provider as being potentially voidable. So that would probably be the... Hey, transport belt capacity. Excellent. So that'll probably break. There's probably some stations that aren't marked as voidable that aren't going to be properly voided, and we're going to have to deal with that. But that should be... There we go. Grab that. Screenshot. Of the milestone. Yeah, and we get 2 of these from each thing. Has this managed to build one of these yet? Almost. Needs a little more plastic. Cool. So we're just going to set this up over here. A very temporary little build. Well, we'll see. What's the, like, lowest version of this? Oh, it still needs... Cool. Yeah, this needs too much stuff. We're not going to be able to set this up to run here. And then we get Mark II. Okay. That's not there. Yeah, here. Blue Science. Which also gives us dimethyl sulfide. Lots of stuff. Cool. Oh, and that's early blue science. That's great. That is good to see. So we'll be able to... We'll want to make sure that this is one of our first upgrades, but... So I guess, working backwards from science now, we need to figure out what we need to do. It looks like we're gonna have Navens that we are gonna need to bootstrap, so maybe we should figure them out. There's not a lot that's required for blue science, but like, we do have a lot that's available. Just a lot of the stuff that's available are like kind of dead-end upgrades. Like there's a Tufra upgrade. Do I need that right now? I'm not really sure. Worker robot speed. Maybe we should queue that one. Starch stage 2. Is this useful? Maybe. Apparently I already have Guar stage 1. I just didn't realize it. But like Fanyots are... I mean, needed for future things, but they did seem like they might be useful in the short term with their like whole gas bladder thing, but maybe not really until blue science, because this is the one that gets you all the like turn their gas bladders into whatever gas you want, which doesn't necessarily make sense, but we'll do small parts. We'll do... Oh, I guess we should grab Logi 2 and Fast Inserter 2. Those are worthwhile. And Energy Generation 2 is kind of a trap because we don't actually get the lower level techs until further in. Electric engines, I bet those are going to be awful. What else do we need for nuclear? It looks like we're going to need ethanol, might be the only other thing for nuclear. So let's do that. Okay. So yeah, we'll grab Logi 2, Inserter 2s, to get us the new recipes. I don't know if we'll switch over to the new recipes right away, but like eventually we're rebuilding them all on rails, right? And then the electric engine, ethanol, work our way towards nuclear, because this is going to be a whole thing. That's probably a whole stream or two figuring out nuclear, and yeah. And then after that, I mean, that's one of the things that gets us closer to being ready for chemical science packs, but also under nuclear, we have a ton of the side paths, right? We have the, oh, we finally get these heat exchangers to turn heat energy into steam. We have these steam turbines. Battery 2, yeah, we finally get, like, better battery recipes, which are great. Photos are used for stuff. Like, there's a ton of alien life stuff that's just, like, hiding out down underneath nuclear. That I really know nothing about, so we're gonna have to get that figured out. I think, though, we're going to call it here for tonight. Thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in. I'm sorry we didn't quite make it all the way to Red Circuits, but we made good progress. We fixed a couple of major issues, like the base continues to get into better and better shape, right? So... Did I just never hook water up to the input of this? God, why am I like this? All right, let's do that, and then we'll finish saying goodnight. But I do appreciate everybody who's tuned in. And if you're watching the VODs on YouTube, I appreciate you as well. If you're watching the YouTube VODs and would like to come hang out live, join the conversation while things are happening, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. And I think that is about it for the usual spiel. So let's fix that. And thanks one more time, everybody, and I'll see y'all in the next one.